Okay, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to call back to order the City Council meeting that we started last night on February the 12th. We're partway through the speakers list, and we're going to continue with that. I just want to remind you of the decorum that we expect in this City Council chambers. We're going to hear all the people on the list, at least as long as they're here. A reminder not to use your cell phones in the audience. We talked last night at some length about applause. There's not going to be any applause tonight. And there's the audience. We're not going to have discussions out there because there's a lot of people in here and it's really going to be difficult. What we'll do is I'll call out the first speaker, ask the speaker to come forward, sit down and be heard. And then we'll call at the same time, we'll let the second and third speaker know who they are. We'll ask them to just wait over there. The other thing I want to note, stemming from last night, what we're talking about here is a very controversial topic. There are impassioned opinions on both sides. This discussion needs to be characterized by respect. Whether you like what the person says or you dislike what is the opinion of the person, you are expected to show respect for that opinion. So with that, we're going to get right back into the speakers list. Cheryl Seaman-Chu, are you okay? So you're first, please have a seat. And Jonathan Boon-Chai-Tan, I take it. Sally Kwan, are you here? Please come over here. You'll be the next speaker. And then C.K. Chung. Is C.K. Chung here? No, behind you, just at the bottom of the stairs. Actually, that's probably better. Just have a seat right there. Okay, so you know the routine. Introduce yourself, please, and you've got 5 minutes.
Good evening, Mayor Brody, councillors, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here to oppose Richmond in being another white rat in Canada's experimental attempt to combat the issue of drugs by opening a supervised consumption site. Instead, Richmond should focus on rehab and detox treatment for current drug users and on education to deter future users. Let us work together to fulfill the vision for Richmond to be the most appealing, livable, and well-managed community in Canada. Supervised consumption site is part of harm reduction strategy and acts as a pathway to treatment as Canada believes in its school of thought and views drug users as people facing a health issue. The ultimate aim of a sick person is to get better, yet there is no statistic to show recovery rates of drug users, only the referral rates. Another measure of success for supervised consumption site is zero death from overdose within the sites. Yet, the casualty rate of non-drug users has never been mentioned. The death of Carolina Herbner-Macaret, a mother of 2 who was killed in a crossfire in the proximity of a supervised consumption site at the South Riverdale Community Centre in Toronto, must not be forgotten. For every life saved at a supervised consumption site, another life could be destroyed. Supervised consumption sites are meant to save lives and keep drug users safe, but it cannot and must not be unsafe for non-drug users who live in the community. Also, has the mental health of non-drug users who live in the community been considered? Since the notion of opening a supervised consumption site is being considered, many people, including myself, are already experiencing sleepless nights, fear, and anxiety that affect their mental well-being negatively. Mental health is also a health issue. Fear is a human emotion that is triggered by perceived threat. It is a basic survival mechanism to keep us safe. However, when people live in constant fear, whether from physical dangers in their environments or threats they perceive, they can experience serious negative impacts in all areas of their lives. No one can guarantee that there will be no honeypot effect should a supervised consumption site be built in Richmond. It is not possible to ID every user, as many may have no residential address. A supervised consumption site in Richmond may draw in more drug users from other cities. That is our perceived fear. Drug users who are under the influence of drugs may leave a supervised consumption site and act in ways that endanger themselves and others. Law enforcement officers will not be at or near the site to ensure the safety of the community. That is our perceived fear. Many elderly persons choose to live in Richmond, especially in the city center, due to the conveniences the city offers. They are able to go grocery shopping without having to drive, and living in apartments reduces stairs injuries. Their independence and mobility around the city center may be affected by a supervised consumption site. That is our perceived fear. It is unimaginable to live in a constant state of fear, even if it's perceived. Every person who passed away from drug-related cause is someone's child. As a mother, I can only imagine the deep pain and despair that come with the loss of a child. I am truly sorry for every life lost. However, we can only assume that the death could be prevented if the person chose to use at a supervised consumption site. Since such sites are publicly known, would the person have risked being seen entering and using the site? We would never know. So instead of dwelling on what ifs, the focus must be redirected to developing better educational tools to deter the next generation away from drugs. Before I end, dear Mayor Brody, councillors, ladies and gentlemen, please reach deep into your hearts and ask yourselves, what would be the first words you would say to a young person regarding drugs? Should it be stay away from drugs, or it's okay to use safely? Prevention and education will always be better than cure. Thank you.
All right. We just had that chat a few minutes ago. So is there someone who doesn't understand what no applause means? Is there anybody here who doesn't understand that concept? There will be no applause. Do you understand? There will be no audience reaction. Whether you like what is being said or you do not like it, there will be no audience participation here. This is a city council meeting, and you're to treat it with respect and decorum that we have developed over the years, and there is no audience participation, including applause or any other expression. So, as long as we understand each other, we'll go to the next speaker, which is Sally Kwan. Please come forward. Is C.K. Chung here? Okay, not here. Trevor Tablotny, is he here?
Yes, I'm here. Just give me 1 second to turn on my camera
he's
here.
on Zoom. And then,
Yes, hello.
okay, and Amy Way, is she here? Not here. Okay, go ahead.
Mr.
Sorry.
Mayor and councillors, my name is Sally Kwan. I'm a concerned resident of Richmond. Our families have lived in this city for over 30 years, and this is our home and our country. We do care about people who suffer from drug addictions. They are community members like us. We want to see them being treated and get back on their feet to be healthy and contributing members of the society. At the same time, we do care about other members of the community as a whole. The proposed SES is not a solution. At best, is a Band-Aid measurement, just treating the symptoms and prolonging their sufferings rather than helping them to clean up and start a new life. As a speaker yesterday said, he wanted to quit the addiction, but no treatment was offered at the site. He was only offered another drug to replace the existing. What kind of solution is that? Unless the goal is to keep them there forever, maybe for the benefits of pharmaceutical companies and the drug dealers. If not, then why? He succeeded to quit drugs through private rehab with the help and love of their family, of course, the family funds. Why can't we take the direct and effective route of building more rehab facilities for them? Mr. Kasheed, you tabled this motion. Could you share with us the following? How many injection sites are there? Where are the possible locations that you think here in Richmond? What are the total costs and budgets? Who is paying for it? What will be the numbers of users? Where are they living now? How many will move in from other cities? So my question is why Mr. Kashkeed felt there's a need to table this subject when there's only 26 deaths in Richmond. Do we have a more urgent drug addiction problem than Surrey, Victoria, and other cities? If the answer is no, then may we know why you propose to build the SES. We're enjoying a city of peaceful and calm, and everybody is happy. Why do we have to turn the apple cart? Okay, last year, 2023, City of Vancouver announced it's not renewing the lease for Yale Town OPS, short for Overdose Prevention Site. Councillors cited residents complained about discarded needles and litter and not feeling safe walking past the OPS, basically public safety. Just a day or so ago, on the news, you can see the president of the BC Crown Council Association says safety concerns are on the rise and proposed to relocate the downtown East Side Courthouse. They are part of the legal enforcement and they fear for their lives. How do you expect us, ordinary folks, not to be scared for our families, seniors, and kids? While we sympathize with people with addictions, the reality is our hospital and care workers are stretched to the limit to serve the 200,000 plus residents with a sizable aging population. Plus residents with patients seeking urgent medical help need to wait hours and hours in emergency. This has been going on for years. Why are they not our priorities? Have you not learned from results of the past 20 years? More tax dollars were spent, yet more deaths year over year. Didn't seem to work. More of the same will not get us anywhere to helping people with drug addictions. So what is our end goal here? With the major outcry from the Richmond residents, is a good recommendation advice not to proceed with the final vote regarding the injection site motion until further public consultation and education is implemented. So my question is, okay, as councillor, you were elected to represent our interests for the betterment of the city of Richmond, but we were not consulted on this. May we know why? If the SES is so good, as 7 councillors voted for it, why do you have to rush it through without consultation, and secretly and swiftly, like as if you want to sweep it under the carpet, and giving us only 7 days, which is not really 7 days, less than 5 working days to digest and seek information? That's not the way to.
Thank you very much. You have joined us at the table.
I'm Amy Wei. You called my name.
Oh. Okay, you're not up yet. Okay, so we have the next speaker is on Zoom, Trevor Tablotny. After that is Amy Wei. After that is Susan Choi. Is Susan here tonight? Okay, please come down and wait over here. All right, Trevor Tablotny, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. You guys will have to excuse the girl screaming. I'm looking after my baby this evening, and my mom, unfortunately, is at a support group for individuals, families that are dealing with the loss of their loved ones this evening instead of being here. I'd like to start my address to you guys just by reading the definition of a moral panic. It's defined as a mass movement based on the false or exaggerated perception that some cultural behavior or group of people in dangerously deviant some cultural behavior or group of people is dangerous, deviant, and possess a threat to society's values and interests. Moral panics are generally fueled by media coverage or social issues. What's happened over the last few days has been a complete moral panic, and people are just not informed on what's going on. What we need to do clearly is we need to consult and educate with the community. There's a lot of people that do not understand drugs. They don't know what they look like, and they don't know what they're doing to our community. But I'm not here to convince them. I'm here to convince you guys. So what I want to talk to you guys about is if we implement this, we need to do it right. We need to do it in a timely manner because people are dying currently. I'd like to see us maintain our focus on harm reduction, which is great, but let's work on destigmatizing the narrative around drugs and drug use. We heard deplorable things from the community of Richmond about drug users, how they should just die and we're not prolonging their suffering. Like, we really need to reach out to the community and educate these people if this is the mentality and the opinion that we have. And we did hear from people with viable concerns. We do need to address the treatment, and we need to address treatment options. We can't be relying on for-profit rehab facilities where they take your money, they take your $10,000, and then if you leave at the end of the day, they keep your $10,000. We can't be relying on that. We do need the supports, and that's all in the motion. If people read the motion, they could see what was in the motion to support all of this. We're consulting with law enforcement, we're consulting with the community, and we're looking out for your best interests in having this motion. We're going to provide the wraparound services, and I really sincerely hope that while we do this, you guys are 100% dedicated to following the evidence. The peer-reviewed studies that have qualitative and quantitative data that's been collected. Listen to the sociologists, listen to the criminologists, listen to the medical professionals and the people that are experts instead of bowing to the pressure of a bunch of people that have no idea what this even is. Again, we also need to reach out to the community and educate. Nearly 80% of the people that are dying are males, aged 30 to 55. We need to reach to the points where those men are, and we need to tell them it's not safe to use drugs at home alone. That's why they're dying. My brother died playing PlayStation in his apartment, okay? How do we reach these people and let them know that there's somewhere safe for them to go? So I'd like to end just with a story about my brother that you guys all think is better off dead, okay? He was out driving in the car that I've fixed up with his buddy, and they were driving in the rain, and this old woman had her bag rip. It melted in the rain or whatever it was. He pulled over his car, got out of the car to help that woman safely across the street while his buddy was laughing at her, you know, just having a laugh. I don't want to be the guy that's laughing at the unhoused person or the visible drug user, as I like to call it, which you guys are all absolutely deplorably terrified of. But I want to be that guy that gets out of the car and helps, and I certainly hope we can build a society in Richmond that I thought I grew up in, where we get out of that car and we help the individual, we help that lady get across the street safely. So providing a safe space for someone to use drugs while they transition into some form of treatment so that they can get clean, so that they are still alive at the end of the day, so that somebody else can play video games with their brother, which is what I should be doing tonight instead of this, I think that's a good thing. And I know that the council that is in here is sitting there looking at the empirical data that's been provided to them. And I hope the rest of you go home and really think about the way that we have behaved over the last few days, because it is absolutely deplorable. Anyways, thank you, council. You guys have had a wonderful, patient.
Right. Thank you. Next speaker is Amy Way, and then Susan Choi. And after that will be Tam Cook. Is Tam Cook here? Tam Cook is not here. So then after
I'm
that.
online.
Oh, I see you're online. Okay, that's fine. Okay, go ahead, ma'am.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mayor Brody and city councilors, thank you for giving me the opportunity to address you today on a matter of great importance to our community. The establishment of Supervised Consumption Site, SCS. My name is Amy Way. I strongly oppose Supervised Consumption Site in Richmond for keeping Richmond as a clean and safe community. While the intention behind these sites is to address drug users' health concerns, it is crucial to consider the potential dangers they might bring to our community and the safety concerns that arise. Firstly, we cannot ignore the potential impact on public safety. History has shown that some supervised consumption sites are associated with an increase in crime rates in the surrounding areas. The proximity of these facilities to our neighborhoods raises valid concerns about the safety of our families and the potential consequences of such a choice. I will share my personal experience. I work in the bank industry. In my early career, I was a bank teller in Vancouver on Broadway for a little over a year. During that period, I experienced 3 bank robberies. One directly happened to me, the other 2 happened to my colleague, who was in her early 20s. At that time, all robbers were drug addicts. My colleague had to switch jobs due to the trauma incidents. I avoided going to downtown Eastside for many years because of the safety concerns. Furthermore, managing and preventing illegal activities around these sites can be an immense challenge. While the aim is to provide a controlled environment for drug consumption, the reality may be far from the intended outcome. Instances of drug-related crime, loitering, and disturbances near these sites have been reported in various locations, leading to a compromise in the overall safety and well-being of our community. Now, can someone explain to me how to supervise these drug addicts' behavior after they leave the supervised consumption site? Who will supervise the safety of the residents, and especially those vulnerable groups, kids and seniors? I live in Richmond for over 2 decades. My kids grew up here in Richmond. I saw many great development happening in our community, like Olympic Oval, the new Mineral Aquatic Fitness Center, etc. It's important to acknowledge the genuine fears that residents may have about the impact the supervised consumption sites on their neighborhoods. The concern for the safety of our children, the stability of property values, and the overall harmony of our community should not be dismissed lightly. In conclusion, while the intention behind supervised drug consumption sites may be rooted in addressing public health crisis, it is crucial to carefully weigh the potential dangers and safety concerns they bring to our community. It is our collective responsibility to explore alternative solutions that not only address the health issues, but also prioritize the safety and well-being of our community members. I don't think Richmond residents get sufficient information and given enough time to digest and react to this request. We demand immediate public clarification regarding the employment status of Councillor Cash Heed with Lucy Scientific Discovery, Inc., which this company is specializing in harm reduction and psychedelics manufacturing, as well as his advocacy for establishing a safe drug consumption site in our community. Well, you may say these people need help. You may say love is all around. You may say we shall not give up on anyone. I'm totally with you. But this kind of help is no solutions other than deceiving yourself and the public. Richmond is our home. It's a harmonious community everyone fight for years. No matter the weather, no matter the rainbow, home is where we find our anchor, where we feel the most warmth. And that's the voice of Richmond residents deserves to be heard. Thank you, Mayor Brody and the city councilors, and thank you, everyone.
No, I thought I told you about that. You're not going to applaud no matter what you think. Thank you, ma'am. I am now going to go to Councillor Heed. Certain suggestions have been made today and were made last night. Please, Councillor Heed, please tell us your situation.
Yes, again, a point of privilege with respect to some of the misinformation that is being propagated by a lot of people in this particular. I'm going to read something that I have an official letter here. I did read out a bit of a legal warning yesterday. If you need me to repeat it, I'll repeat it. I just want to advise you that I have a letter in front of me said, the agreement is hereby terminated effective November 16, 2023. Company's decision to surrender its controlled drugs and substances dealer's license under Part J of the Food and Drug Regulations promulgated under the Food and Drug Act of Canada on November 22nd, 2023. So with all of these false allegations that are being put out there with respect that is going on, I want to put this to rest, and I will read a legal warning if in fact people start making a false assumption. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, and with those words, I don't expect to hear anything more about some purported conflict of interest of Mr. Heed. The statement has been read out. I assume that is from the company with which you were at one point associated and is no longer the case. So we're not going to hear anything more about that. We want your views on a safe consumption site. Yes, ma'am, please go ahead.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Susan Choi. I've been living in Richmond since the 90s. Richmond is my home. Tonight, I'm speaking against the motion of establishing safe consumption sites in Richmond Hospital Precinct. I'm not only speaking for myself, but also for my children and grandchildren here. First of all, I want to thank all speakers last night for sharing invaluable statistics information and first-person experiences of families, etc., which has helped us to understand more about what we need and what we want. And I believe that we have only one common goal, that is to ensure safety in our communities, in our home, and show care to those in our midst. To some extent, safe consumption sites do provide a safe environment for drug users to consume regulated toxic drugs, supervised by professional health caregivers. But in this sense, it is really safe to their communities. However, such facilities are not safe to our communities or our general public, including families, school children, seniors, and people with disabilities. That means we are talking about safety in different contexts. I feel that we are achieving safety for a minority group at the expense of larger communities. Besides, from the statistics which some of our speakers provided last night, the 12 sites in Vancouver have not only failed to reduce the traffic deaths of addicts, rather, we see the number of deaths rising, and toxic drugs killed over 5,000 people. And now our councillors are telling us that they will continue these sites. You may not know that the INSIGHT program is funded by taxpayers like us at a cost of $3 million every year since 2015, or perhaps even more now. That means we are pumping in even more money and resources into a failed project. And if we turn our heads to our neighbors, we'll see something like this in Alberta, in Toronto. I just read from news. The public health authorities of Alberta released a report which showed that the sites did not reduce overall overdose deaths at all. On the contrary, they led to an increase in social disorder in the neighborhoods. And after such reports were released, Alberta Premier Jason Kennedy announced that the provincial government would consider closing or relocating some of the safe injection sites. Here about Ontario, the Premier Doug Ford once told the reporters, I quote, "If I put a safe injection site beside your house, you'd be going ballistic." So it is crystal clear that these sites are not effective at all. Rather, they are enabling drug use and sending a wrong message to drug users that our government or society is not capable of stopping people from using drugs. This is an absolutely wrong message. We need you, councillor, to send to our citizens a correct message that you are doing everything in your capacity to help restore the well-being of these people, but not helping them to depend on drugs their entire life. And we need you to tell residents that you are safeguarding and working for our benefits. And let's make it clear that public funds should only be spent on abstinence-based treatments, but not programs which accommodate drug activities. In other words, safe injection sites are not safe to addicts because they are not helping them to quit drug use in order to restore their health, but rather encourage them to rely on drugs which ultimately causes serious health issues such as heart and brain damage, cancers, weakened immune system, and mental disorder, just to mention a few. All these will only take a toll on our public health system. Safe injection sites are not safe to parents either, because they open the door for our young people to easy access to drug use. Can we think ahead and protect our younger generations? The age of drug addiction is getting even lower, and in the long run, young addicts will become a heavy burden for our health system, and the vicious cycle will never stop. Can we afford that? And safe injection sites are not safe to a general public as well, particularly to patients in the hospital, their caregivers, as well as Richmond residents who were using the service of the hospital. It makes no sense to me that we have to live in a threatening environment day in and day out. It's a pity that Richmond City.
All right, thank you, ma'am. The next speaker is Tam Cook, who is on Zoom. Then it'll be Richard Chong. Is Richard here? Okay, if you could get ready. And after Richard will be Polly Chu. Is Polly here? Is Polly Chu here? Polly Chu? No Polly Chu. Okay, please. So just come down here and wait. You're after the person on Zoom, which is Tam Cook. Go ahead, Tam.
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. Tonight, I want to share a thought experiment. Imagine you are on a flight to Mexico, looking forward to a relaxing vacation. Suddenly, 30 minutes into the journey, the pilot announces an emergency landing on a river. Thanks to the captain's exceptional skills, the plane lands safely on the river. A subsequent investigation reveals that the emergency was caused by improper maintenance of the landing gear. This incident raises an important question. What could have been done to prevent this accident? Should our focus be on training pilots to handle emergencies, or should we invest more in preventive measures, ensuring thorough pre-flight checks are conducted to avoid such crises? This scenario is like our approach in drug policy. In a context of drug strategy, building supervised consumption sites is like landing a plane on water. It is a last resort. Relying heavily on harm reduction, such as SCS, is like training pilots to land on water repeatedly, knowing well that the plane's landing gear will fail again and again. Is a reactive approach, dealing with the problem after it has already occurred. Instead, our primary focus should be on prevention. Just as careful pre-flight checks can prevent a plane's mechanical failure, comprehensive drug education and early intervention can prevent the onset of substance abuse. We need to invest in educational programs, community outreach, and policies that address the root causes of drug abuse. This means focusing on preventing the first instance of substance use, rather than solely managing its consequences. Prevention is the first and most critical line of defense in our fight against the drug crisis. The second most important step is to fix the missing screws and repair the landing gears. That means the rehabilitation process should help the drug addict to quit the lifestyle altogether with the objective to minimize the chance of it happening again. Because if it happens often enough, the issue will escalate to a point of no return. Nobody wants this to happen. To conclude, while harm reduction strategies like supervised consumption sites might provide immediate safety and support, they offer a false sense of security, unintentionally encouraging life-threatening behaviors. They should not be the primary focus of our drug policy, just as in aviation, where the emphasis is on preventing mechanical failures before they occur. And if it does occur, have it fixed immediately. Our drug policy should prioritize preventive and recovery measures to address the issue at its core. It's about creating a future where emergency landings are rare exceptions, not expected repeat occurrences. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Next speaker is Richard Chong, then Atia Churasia. I'm sure I've got that. Okay, so you're next. If you could wait over here. And Boya Lin. Is Boyu Lin? Please come and be ready. All right, sir, go ahead.
Richard, from a Richmond resident, also a warehouse worker in Richmond. Dear Honorable Mayor, councillors, and audience, thanks for allowing me to speak in this meeting regarding the setup of an SES in Richmond. First of all, I oppose the motion of studying for feasibility of SES in Richmond. Let me start with our first question. Let's say if a drug addict, the question is about the practice of the current SES operation. If a drug addict deeply in need of drug and the drug they are carrying is polluted, would SES give them some pure ones to help them so that they do not inject the polluted drug? If the answer is yes, SES is free drug upgrade center. If no, what happens? The drug addict continues to be in pain, and the SES is not working as what it promotes. I don't know the exact answer. Do you? But from logic, you see why many stakeholders, sensible stakeholders, have come up with concerns, worries, fears, and angers. When I heard about the vote for setting up an SES study in Richmond, I wonder whether the very first question that our council should ask be, does Richmond, BC need SES? Does Richmond, BC really need an SES? It was, and is still a shock to me, that this very first question has not been raised, discussed, and debated. To fight against drug use requires a comprehensive approach. Education, awareness, prevention, regulation, enforcement, etc. You probably have heard more and are more familiar than me. Unfortunately, nothing about these other aspects has been proposed in your agenda in parallel with your SES. It is a pity that it is the Richmond stakeholders, that is the frustrated parents, crying mothers, elderly with worries, and some visionary citizens coming to this council meeting to tell you we do not agree to have SES. Richmond has not agreed to have SES, but the council has already proposed and is going to support the particularity study of SES somewhere in Richmond. Just for my curiosities, for this proposed SES, how much do you know about their operations, drug administration, support network? How much do you know about the proposed SES for Richmond? I don't. Based on this, would you allow a stranger to come into your home if you know nothing about them? Therefore, the motion 18 about the practicability analysis of SES are already a false premises. It is an unacceptable premises. And no items following this roadmap of setting up an SES are to be presented, discussed, debated, or voted at all. The council should stop everything related to SES. Those councillors who support the motion 18 today will demonstrate a vivid example of putting the cart in front of the horse. How could we depend on those who without critical and those without logical thinking to represent us? From a practical point of view, a city has only limited resources and priorities should be set. There are more pressing needs in our city. Our limited resources should be spent wisely and effectively. Setting up an SES is definitely not a wise spending to help drug users. If one look at helping the drug users and to combat the drug use from a full picture. Dear councillors, be aware that some related with drug dealers are part of those who promote SES, as they want their society to consume the social resources on SES front, and then no more resources be spent on other aspects like education, prevention, detoxification, etc. And they are actually the main battlefield in winning the drug war. Don't fall into these traps. Remember, we don't want to win the battle and lose the war. That's all what I want to say. And I beg the council to withdraw the motion 18.
All right, thank you very much, sir. The next speaker is Atia Chur. Well, you tell us what it is. Okay, after that is Boyu Lin, who is here, and then Jennifer Huang. Is Jennifer here? Okay, Jennifer is not here. Go ahead.
I want to first start by thanking all the elders of the city, including the First Nations, Asians and non-Asian immigrants who have called this city their home, made it what it is today. I love it here. I want to extend my special thank you to Mr. Chak Au, our councillor, for listening to us and being the only voice of the reason last Monday. Major props to Mr. Heed for bringing us together to talk this out. A bit inconvenient for us because majority of us are celebrating Chinese New Year. Gongxi Fachai. I sympathize with families who have lost their loved ones. I really do. I will keep it light-hearted, however, because our head might be spinning with all the data and facts and science and no deaths. Sadness and passion and anger on this topic, right? Hello, my name is Adi. I live with my wife and my daughter, Cooney Road, a stone throw away from here, where last September, 29-year-old was shot dead by gang members next to my house. I believe what we are discussing today is a major cultural shift for Richmond. It's almost like a cultural war. So I want to bring my cultural background and start with the trivia. In Hinduism, the most important story is that of Ramayana. Epic. It's an epic, right? So do you know who was the most smart person, most wise person in Ramayana was? It wasn't the antagonist Rama. It wasn't the protagonist. It was the antagonist Ravan, who was so smart. It said that he had 10 head. So he was so brave and kind and so knowledgeable. He built and ruled a golden city, a city made of gold. I'm not going to give you spoilers, you can go read, but he made a grave error despite of all the counsel given to him by his wife and friends and foes. Like, I'm not going to spoil the ending for you, but the moral is very simple. Don't act like you know everything. Listen to others, especially when they pay your salary and pay your pensions. Put you in position to govern them. Whatever you have said, whatever I have said, whatever they have said, I know is of no consequence. There will be no change in the motion. It will still be 8-1, I believe. But my humble request is again to put the VVIPs, paid NGOs, paid media, and paid crisis actor on the side. Listen to your people. We are going to be voting for you again. We'll be thanking you for the rest of our life for making this city much safer. They might have good intention, very well intention, but also think about this. All the road to hell is paved with good intentions. We see this motion as extension of harm reduction measure taken by the federal and provincial government. Many of you might see this or might see us as a stepping stone in that direction, becoming bigger politicians. If you want to be big, you want to be great, be real, go walk in the city. I know many of you still do. Talk to the people. Do we need more teachers, more doctors, more police officers, more rehab facilities, or more drug addicts? Because every dollar spent on this is a dollar less spent on other initiatives. I like the decorum, Mr. Mayor Malcolm Brody. I really love the tough love. I want to see this out in the city as well, please. I don't have much faith in the council, but I firmly believe this motion will not stop. Corruption and greed will burn this another beautiful city. I want to conclude with the good news and one bad news maybe. Our taxes are going down because our appraisal value will also go down. So not exactly a win. The crime and it will be hell.
All right. Thank you, sir. The next speaker is Boy Lin, followed by David King. Is David here?
Why?
Okay, so you're online. And April Wong, are you here? Okay, if you could be ready over here. Okay, Boy Lin, go ahead.
Dear, oh, sorry, you are not dear anymore. You will fully to use the democracy to abuse people in Richmond. I don't accept SAS, and also I want to say no to it. As a smoker, I know how hard to quit smoke, and also I understand how challenging for the drug user to quit from drugs. When drug users, after taking drugs, I believe they always struggle to control themselves because they took drugs. As a result, they don't know what did they do. So that can distress some community around them. Additionally, they may not be able to take any responsibility for what did they do. And also, taking drugs can cause them die. Every single life is matter. I don't want to see any more people die from using drugs. Drug users themselves are not wrong. Drug was wrong, CSC was wrong, and also drug company was wrong. Everybody will make mistakes. Drug users also make mistakes, but their mistake may be a bigger. That's another small mistake. But some of them still want to go back to normal life, to return to a normal life, but it's hard for them to do because they're already deep in the drugs. Drug manufacturers and companies are using the vulnerable people and groups to pound their own benefit. The government needs to add more restrictions and regulation on drug use rather than encouraging them to continue consume drugs with a way that sounds like more safe way. The SAS plan is wrong. For example, if government setting more smoking areas outside, relate the smoking restrictions that I can smoke inside, do you think I smoke more cigarette or less cigarette? Richmond is a symbol of multicultural and racial diversity in Canada. Probably here, more like East Asian, we have 60% to 70%. And we have been hurt by drugs so much. I'm from China. If you read history, you will know China was be hurt by drugs so much. And we know drugs can destroy people, family, even nations. Therefore, in our culture, we would like to use our love to help them 100% quitting from using drugs, to help them achieve a 100% drug-free life, and finally back into a normal life and a society. What the government should do, and we should go help. This sounds to be the best way to reduce the mortality crime rate and help the drug user not dying. Mayor, councilors, and your cash need? Is cash need? I'm sorry, my English is not good. I understand he maybe want to move on his new stage in his life, more money. However, he should not to participate in such of a motion, especially peak side, than the favor of making money of the industry he has interest in. No more society and the government department will separate drugs from society, like Japan, China, Singapore, Taiwan, Hong Kong. You should separate the drugs from the society, not combine them together. You should help people to quit from drugs. Do not let them to use the drug and to make more money, more cash. You cannot use drug to make more cash. We, the Richmond residents, are watching what you are doing. Richmond is our city as well. We pay your salary. Thank you, Richmond. I wish you have a bad day.
No. First of all, there's no applause. And secondly, we will not have anybody shouting at us. You tell us what's on your mind. You can express your opinions. We will not have people shouting at us. And no. Sir, you're finished. And also, I already talked about the reference to Councillor Heed. There will be no further reference such as we just heard here about Councillor Heed. Everybody understand? Anybody not understand that? All right, you understand. So the next speaker is David King, and then April Wong, and then Fionn Low.
According to the lady outside, she said I'm the next one.
Which is?
Jennifer Huang.
Oh, you weren't here when we mentioned you, so you'll be after these people. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak on agenda item 18. First of all, I would like to make it clear that what I am going to say is my honest belief. If I have said anything that you dislike, please don't take me to court for defamation. As we all know, defamation tactics are commonly used in authoritarian countries to suppress opposing views. Like many of the people here in Richmond, I am not influenced by the so-called misinformation as mentioned in the media statement issued by the Richmond City last Sunday. Like many of the people here in Richmond, I am also not influenced by the so-called lies as mentioned by Carol Day on her social media platform. Some people like to label those who disagree with the current BC drug policy as not being sympathetic with drug overdose victims or not being educated. I would like to say that as Canadians, we are all sympathetic with drug overdose victims, particularly given that the problem is so severe that there must be victims among our relatives, among our friends. However, different people have different views on how best to help these victims, on how best to solve the drug problems. Labeling is just a way to stop others from expressing their opinion. Labeling is not a way to achieve consensus. As mentioned in the city's media statement last Sunday, there is considerable community interest in this matter. I think members of this council owe an apology to the people of Richmond. The motion has been pushed in a rush without discussion within the community. Many parents have spent many nights during the past week burning the midnight oil to digest the information, to evaluate the pros and cons, and to form their own opinion. Council members, what are the reasons for the rush? You are given just 1 week time to the people of Richmond. You are driving the parents mad. We see nearly 1,000 people coming out yesterday and today for this agenda item. I think this is unprecedented in the history of Richmond. As elected representatives, members of this council have apparently failed to gauge the mainstream public opinion in this matter. I am very disappointed. I understand the ultimate decision whether to establish a safe consumption site lies with the health authority. However, passing this motion will give the health authority a very wrong signal that the people of Richmond have reached a consensus. But obviously, that's not the fact. Please don't go against the will of the people of Richmond. Please vote against the motion. Thank you.
April Wong.
Dear Mayor, councillors, and everyone, I sincerely believe that people who are struggling with drug addiction need our medical and social support. As a mother, I try to imagine one day in the future if my child, for any reason, struggles with substance use. I hope my community can offer appropriate, sufficient, and timely mental health consultation, medical treatment, and effective rehab service to help her quit her drug addiction. For me, a supervised consumption site will not be a high priority that can offer the most effective treatment during my child's recovery process. On the other hand, it may just prolong and extend her struggle with drug abuse. I believe the process will be long and tough. And since our resources are limited, we need to prioritize the most beneficial service for our community. That's why I'm here today to state my standpoint against setting a supervised consumption site in Richmond. Not because I'm holding the stereotypes about people struggling with drug addiction. Instead, every life is worth saving. But life is vulnerable, and we should allocate our resources in the direction to tackle the underlying problems, unpack the root causes of people suffering from substance abuse, and offer active and recovery treatment to support them to quit the vicious cycle. I would like to echo with one of the speakers last night who had recovered from drug addiction. His family spends a significant amount of money on private detox treatment because there are no available services here. He told us very clearly that a supervised consumption site has little impact on his daily struggle with substance abuse. Recovery and prevention will be the essential pillars to battle his darkness period. I wonder, should we deserve a more active, long-term, and sustainable treatment to combat the drug issues apart from a safe drug consumption service? Moreover, the density of people using drugs in Richmond doesn't justify the implementation of an SCS. Why shall we pass the motion in such a rushed manner without truly reflecting opinions from the general public? Honorable councillors, please be accountable because we people here rely on you. Thank you.
All right. So the next speaker is Jennifer Huang. And then Fionn Low, you're here. Please go over there and be ready. And Imelda Nurwisa, is she on? She's not there? Okay, so she was on Zoom, not there. What about Chu Cheung? Okay, please come down and be ready. Okay, ma'am, go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor, Mr. Brody, and all the councillors. You've been working very hard since last night. Thank you for listening to us and have this consultation meeting. I want to say is not only presenting my own thoughts, but also I have a company with drug addicts family and the person last year for 3 months at the end. He died because of overdose in the shelter on number 5 road. And I also talked to the emergency doctor in the Richmond Hospital. People work in the recovery center, the shelter, the drugs addicts, and so on. And the nurse work in the downtown safe drugs consumption site, etc. So the first I want to talk about love. Please believe me that we are on the same boat because we live in the same city and we love one another. So as a parents, if your son have drug addict, what will you do? For me, am I going to buy pure drug and tell him, son, this is your room and enjoy yourself? If I'm rich, well, how rich can I be? Number 2, that's tough love to send him to the rehab center. Try all my best to save him. But the thing is, does he want to save himself? However, why Chinese want to talk about this so much? Why are they emphasize? Because they've been through the war of opium. They lost lands, they lost money, they lost all the antiques, the treasures, etc. That's why they say no, please, no to drugs. And what we want to do is not only to say no to drugs, but also we want to help people to say no to drugs. And that is period. There is no negotiation space because once you hook on drugs, you got addicted to, it will take years to rehab, to change life, but it still cannot wash away to quit this drug addiction. So in Richmond, it's a multicultural city, and Asian takes about 40% of the population. Asian care so much because they all know about the war of opium. They know the effects, ruin the whole families, even the country. So please understand the background. Drugs is toxic. Drug is toxic. And people who are addicted to drugs, that means they are high demand in drugs. They need drugs to continue the enjoyment, the excitement in life. So how are you going to feed the drug addiction addicts with endless supply? We talk about the safe drugs in the site. Yes, it's a temporary relief for them because they use maybe the pure drug. But how about inside the site, they are safe. But outside the site, the effect, the influence come up, and that could cause the concern, the dangers, the worries of the neighborhood. And we are the city. We are one. We talk about how to help. We don't talk about how to maintain their hobbies, how to keep their interest. Some people want to live, but some people want to die. Some people want to live longer, but some people, it's just a living death. People strive to survive. I talked to the doctor in Richmond Hospital. The question is, do we have enough resources? How about the rehab center? How about the recovery programs? How about all these resources that we can help them to get out of the drugs? That is the key, because maintain is just to keep, is to remain, it's not to change for better. I remember when you have joined the election, you promised us you want to make Richmond to live and to survive. So
All right. Thank you. Thank you very much. The next speaker is Fion Lo, then Chu Chung, and is Lili Lin online? Yes? Okay, she'd be the next person. All right.
Okay. I heard a lot of views on the SCS, and some of them defy logic. Sure, there had not been one death on premises in the history of Insight. What was not disclosed was that around Insight, there had been consistent increases in overdose deaths, property crimes, littering of drug paraphernalia, and calls to police. I will not call that a success. One speaker said that drug users are not doing something illegal or wrong because drugs are now decriminalized. Just because something is not illegal does not mean it is responsible and does not mean it is right. Adultery is not a criminal offense in Canada, but it is not something we encourage people to indulge in, is it? I understand some got addicted because they were prescribed drugs for pain or diseases like cancer. However, for most, drugs is a conscious choice. We should focus on clipping the problem at its roots so people make the responsible choice of saying no to drugs. We need to drill into the heads of our children and the society that drugs can destroy a person, their families, and their communities. We live in a world where political correctness trumps common sense. When the drugs designed for medical use become something people use to get high, it is drug abuse, not recreational drug use. Would one call cigarette smoking recreational tobacco use when we know it can kill somebody down the road? Why is it okay with drugs? We need to call it what it is. And I urge all levels of government and the media to not downplay drug abuse by calling it recreational. The strive to be politically correct are causing Canadians to look at drugs as just another fun thing to try. And that's how a lot go down the path of no return. I genuinely feel sorry for those who are struggling with drug addiction and those families who lost a loved one to drugs. Someone who used drugs does not equal to them being bad people. Good people can make bad choices at times. We should help them go back on track by eliminating access to drugs, providing rehab treatment so they can quit, instead of leading them into further destruction by providing a place that perpetuates the harmful habit. I question the rationale behind using tax dollars to fund the location for people to poison their body and soul. Some get high by getting choked. Should we then open a safe choking site? How about a safe drinking site for those who are addicted to alcohol? Or a safe suicidal attempt center that lets people cut their own risk, but don't worry, we'll have medical staff on site to ensure nobody actually dies from it? Do you see the parody of ridiculousness these ideas and the SCS present? Some try to deflect the unprecedented level of opposition to the SCS by saying people were misled. I would direct your memory to last night and today's presentations with solid statistics, quotes from frontline workers, behavioral analysis, personal accounts of residents who are living with the drug problems brought on by the modular housing project. Comments that oppose the SCS were made with sound logic and backed by verified facts and data. So please stop insinuating that those opposing don't know better. It is simply untrue. Our councillors' mandate is to represent the interests and opinions of the community. even if voting based on those community preferences does not align with the councilor's personal interests and political agenda. To uphold accountability from all staff and all elected representatives, I motion the city to raise its reporting requirements.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Okay, next one is Chu Chung. Then on the line, we have Li Li Lin and Swimmy Shi.
Ready? Okay, thank you. My name is Chu Chong. I live in Richmond. We are concerned the citizen about what the city of Richmond will become in 1, 2, 5, or 5 years down the road. That's why I'm here. Parents are worried about drugs that will affect the children, especially in this Liberal government drug policy. The root problem is why will one take drugs when they are young? They just fooled by the federal government that recreation drugs is leisure drugs. It's okay and it's fine to try to take. Or just like the provincial government, I said allow 2.5 grams of hard drug possession is okay. My opinion is no. Once you touch and use the drugs, your life is in deep trouble. We all know about this. Thus, parents, teachers, friends, school, civic, provincial, and federal government are all should try to play a part in it to help. Should help out in the educated kids, young people, and adults to avoid using drugs. Government should set up law to stop people taking drugs or punish hard severely for those people selling drugs. And then a couple of days ago, the city official in Richmond clarified that the decision to open and operate a supervised consumption site is by the Health Canada and Vancouver Coastal Health. I think the councillor of Richmond is just a gatekeeper instead of a rubber stamp approval. I hope when you heard hundreds of people opinion in here last night and tonight, we give you councillors more time to view to talk about the pros and cons of this supervised consumption site in Richmond. Do not rush to put a stamp of approval that quick. The voting result from the last council meeting is 8-1 in favor. During the interview from Global TV, Councillor he said, the vote has been met with significant and inappropriate reaction from some members of the community. I do not agree with this his statement. He will not have my vote in the next city election. I may not as smart as him, but I'm certainly not a dumb one. We heard so many sad stories last night about the people losing sons and daughters because they're using the deadly drug, their children. Our hearts be with them. From a human and compassionate-driven point of view, I agree to have this supervised consumption site. But the question is, why we have to set up in the city of Richmond? Why we have to set up near the Richmond General Hospital? Why we set up near the Rona? Perhaps the council a lot live around there, and it's very seldom talk to people who elect them, and then let them to run the city. They're just out of touch. I do not think the supervised consumption site is the best method to help the drug addicts to get a new life and back to normal. Bear in mind that the supervised consumption site will not provide drugs to the drug user. A good question to ask is, where will they get the drugs? Is it safe? During the interview with another Global TV, Councillor he said, we have police officers who have to respond to the people consuming the drug in public places. They will now have somewhere to direct them people to go there. I think this will offload the problem from the police to the healthcare facility, such as the supervised consumption site. Offload the problem from one area to the other area of the Richmond. I believe the government should spend more resources and money to make the drug addict get rid of the drug and the drug to go to the rehab center run by government instead of using the supervised consumption site. And the government hope the drugs addict will graduate off the drugs and free soon down the road. A lot of time, they are the drugs free. They are not drug free. Before they drug free, they already mental problem because the drug hurting damage their brains. We are facing conflict of interest of City of Richmond nowadays. Most people want to help the drugs user addict. We have love. However, some or most people asking why we have to why we have to suffer? Why me and why the city suffer? Why the safety, the risk of the children have to suffer living in an environment because of a small group of people? Why the Health Canada and the Coastal Health, the city and the city of think this is the best place to open this consumption site in here? And then why the 8 councillors without consulting most of us and then they agree on it? And then we appreciate Mayor Brody in the last so many years, and then do some good thing to us. And he got 20,000 votes, and then the rest maybe 10 to 11,000 votes. We have 210,000 people in Richmond. I think we will come out to vote to help out the situation. In conclusion, I oppose this construction site.
All right, thank you. The next speaker is online. The next 3 speakers will be online: Lili Lin and Swimi Shi and Tyler Johnson. I see them all there. So we'll first go to Lili Lin.
Hello. Hi, I'm Lili. Good morning, good evening, Mayor and Councillor. I'm Lili. I'm a Richmond resident, a registered clinical counselor, a registered occupational therapist, and I'm a mother with 2 kids. In my profession as a registered clinical counselor, I perceive drug addiction very similarly with other types of addiction. There's a huge iceberg underneath their addictive behavior. Most of them are having anxiety, depression, history of family, childhood sexual traumas, attachment issues, etc. What they need is treatment, not an injection site. The concept of injection site is just like giving money to a gambler and saying that I don't want to see you broke. You can keep gambling and feel free to seek help if you feel like it. They will definitely spend their whole life in and out repeatedly in that addiction due to easy access. By this way, we are also saying that taking drugs is safe and is legally allowed. This is, of course, promoting their behavior rather than helping them. I would rather suggest allocating the money, which is from our tax, to mental health services, family services, trauma rehab services, counseling services, outreach services, supported employment services, which are really helping them from the roots. If the concept of injection site is good, we should not see more and more deaths, homeless, society problems from addiction in Chinatown and downtown Vancouver. But from statistics and from what we can all see, it is not the case. I'm also working with Works ABC contract. I treated frontline workers and public service servants like firefighters, security guards, modular home worker, which was physically hurt and mentally traumatized by those people suffer from drug addiction. Because their brain, their cognitive function, and their emotion control are no longer functioning well with drugs. We do not want to copy the failure of Chinatown to Richmond, in which we call it our home. The most important point is that there is a lack of evidence that injection site is helping to reduce the death rate of people with drug addiction and promote safety in community. What research say effective is the 4-pillar approach. Now, I'm in a position as a mom. Please don't label us as nuts, disrespectful, and lack of empathy. We care, we love, and we concern our community. That's the reason why we are here. We feel heartbreaking for those families who lost their beloved because of drugs. Therefore, we are fighting not only for ours, but also yours, next generation. We do not need an injection site. Instead, we need to stop drugs. We need to spend our money and time on education, prevention, enforcement. rehabilitation and treatment, which is far more cost-effective. Just like what we are doing to alcohol. We are not allowing young people under 19 to buy it because we all know it harms their brains. For drugs in which its harmfulness is more than 10 times when compared to alcohol. Why are not we doing the same for that? It's never too late to do something for our next generation. Finally, as a resident here, I believe the major job duty of a councillor is to represent the least and major voice of residents. Even David Abbey from Vancouver Coastal Health say that there's no immediate need for building an injection site in Richmond. If the proposal tonight is still passing, I would strongly question your ability to represent the people in Richmond. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. We'll go to the next speaker, who is Tyler Johnson, also on Zoom. Now, is Stanley Au here? Sorry? Didn't we just do that person? What are you telling me? What are you telling me? Didn't we just have that? Oh, okay. Sorry, my bad. So the next speaker is not Tyler Johnson, it's Swimi Shi, also online. But while we're at it, is Natalie Wong here? All right. So, Swimi Shi.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, please turn on your video.
I turned it on already.
We don't see you.
You don't see me, just a second. Start my video. Okay, now do you see me?
Yep. Go.
Okay. My name is Swimi, and I live on Bennett Road, very close to City Hall. I strongly oppose to the construction of supervised consumption sites. I have a teenage boy. He's right here. And since young, I always tell him to stay away from drugs. I taught him that drugs are addictive and harmful. Once started, there's no turning back in life. I still don't know why the government legalized the use of drugs. My son volunteered last year during Chinese New Year festival at Chinatown, and it was frightening. Tents and needles everywhere. He asked me why, and I don't know how to answer him. We live in the heart of Richmond for almost 6 years. We witnessed the city deteriorate fast with higher crime rates and more homelessness issues. We smell marijuana in many corners of Richmond in our neighborhood. We don't feel safe. And I don't want Richmond turning into another Hastings or Chinatown. We all know drugs are addictive and harmful. We should talk about harm reduction, not safe consumption. Many innocent lives shouldn't be lost if drugs wasn't legalized in the first place. My heart is with the families. Building safe consumption sites to encourage more drug use and bring more drug-related activities to the neighborhood. We want to help those people back to normal life, and building consumption sites will only prolong their suffering as they can never quit the use of drugs. Children are our future. We should educate them to stay away from drugs, not building more drug-related sites to promote the use of drugs. Over 2,000 Richmond residents came out last night in person, and at least 20,000 online to oppose the construction of consumption sites. If the city of Richmond doesn't hear us, we voted for the wrong people to represent us. And I don't know who would benefit from the construction of consumption sites. It doesn't help with rehab. Healthcare workers are overwhelmed already, and our healthcare system is overloaded. We have limited resources. We should spend our tax money more wisely. We should spend on drug prevention, reduction, and education for the better future of Richmond. Drug addiction is not a medical condition, it's a self-induced illness. We should stop all drugs and protect our community and our children. Please stop the motion of building the consumption sites. Mr. Mayor, I'm sorry, but we are very angry. Thank you.
I said no. All right, next speaker is Tyler Johnson. Then apparently Natalie Wong is now online. She'll be after Tyler Johnson. Tyler?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My name is Tyler Johnson, 958 West 8th Avenue, Vancouver. On one hand, I'd like to commend the current council for having the patience of Job in this process. But on the other hand, this whole process is self-inflicted. I'm here as I manage a 296-unit senior citizens complex. We have over 400 independent living seniors who have an average age of 75 years old. This injection site is minutes away from this complex, and these seniors will be put at risk by this injection site. Property theft, vandalism, and most importantly, the threat to their personal safety will become serious issues for these seniors as they go about their days. While on one hand we can have compassion for the drug addicts and their families, we cannot tolerate the behavior that their addictions drive them to do. Additionally, to give you some context, I previously managed 1,100 SRO units for BC Housing in the downtown east side. Buildings you'd recognize like the Gastown Hotel, the Marble Arch, the Savoy, the Mar, the Park, the Drake. I have seen firsthand the particular rhythm of existence for these addicted persons. They get their social assistant or disability checks. They spend it all in 3 or 4 days, and then they spend the remainder of the month breaking into cars, homes, businesses to fund their habit. This is not a theory. I saw it with my own eyes, and you would not believe the mountains of stolen goods I saw in these buildings. Tradesmen's tools, people's personal possessions, even lawnmowers. The negative ripple effect on the community is very real and will reduce the quality of life for all Richmond residents. This drug activity will attract criminals who will fence the stolen goods, as well as drug dealers and gang members to your neighborhoods. I implore the council, do not waste your time and energy and money on this initiative. Spend your time and money to increase law enforcement, prisons, rehab facilities, and mental health asylums, and encourage other levels of government to support you in doing the same. These addicts actively wish to harm themselves, but they should not be allowed to harm the law-abiding citizens of Richmond. The vast majority of addicts engage in serious criminal activities to feed their habit, and society's duty is not to enable them, but rather to assist them in breaking this cycle of addiction, and they may need to be restrained and disciplined in the meanwhile. There are many studies that show that quitting nicotine, cigarettes, is often as difficult as quitting heroin. I will bet in this room there are many here who have quit smoking, and I can count myself in this group. Redemption and recovery is possible. The solution is to get these people off the streets and get them the help that they need. I'll give you a thought experiment to consider. What if you saw your very good friend or your child stabbing themselves with a small rusty knife, slowly killing themselves? Would your response be A, wow, I see that small knife that you are slowly killing yourself with looks rusty. We don't want you to catch tetanus. So here, I have a nice clean knife for you to use to slowly kill yourself. Or would your response to your good friend or child be B, please stop doing that. Let's get you the help that you need, voluntarily, preferably, but without your consent, if necessary. Councillor Heed was quoted in the press saying, I quote, "We will be judged on how we treat our most vulnerable," unquote. We can all agree on this, and caring for these addicts is very important. The question is how we spend our precious resources to be most effective to this end. And in relation to Heath's quote, this was said in a much better way 2,000 years ago in Matthew chapter 25, verse 40, one of my favorite verses. I say unto you, as much as you have done unto the least of my brethren, you have done it unto me. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. Next speaker is online, Natalie Wong. Natalie?
Good evening, councillors. Good evening, Richmond residents. Thank you for the opportunity to let me to speak on this issue. A little bit of background of me. So when I was in university, I studied cognitive psychology as a major student. And that was right around 2003, 2004, when the first SCS was put in Vancouver downtown east side. I was taught in school about the idea of SCS, how it can be a solution to the drug problem. I was young. I would say I was naive. I was one sold to this ideology or philosophy on how this SCS can help with the whole drug problem, complementing rehabilitation and education. 20 years fast forward, I completely disagree, and I'm actually ashamed of myself once believing that could be a solution. Right now, I'm a realtor myself. I have witnessed how a community that has built an SCS have so much damages and changes to local communities. For example, I have clients that really like Yaletown before, and I brought them to see buildings around the new SCS site that were built a few years ago. Reading all these strata documents from these buildings nearby, I've seen all these documented, criminal activities, thefts, and things that happen to these residents and local communities and how it affected them. In fact, the Yaletown SCS site will be closed down in March because the city of Vancouver have decided not to renew the lease because of the negative impact that has bring to their local communities. And not to say about last year, a woman, a mother of two, was killed by a stray bullet in an SCS site in Toronto, Ontario. So criminal activities and these site attracts drug dealers, open air drug dealing, and people doing drugs openly. It's not what we imagine. We can see it from the news. It's documented, and I think the residents from Vancouver, from Richmond, the concern are very valid. And for this SCS being proposed without a proper public consultation and just like slam into the resident of Richmond, and now we are being labeled as cold-blooded and not care about the drug users, I think is unfair. Most of the Richmond residents that are opposed to the SCS, I believe, they have compassion as well. And we believe in education, and the context of building an SCS 20 years ago is different from now. 20 years ago, we don't have fentanyl flooding the city of, the country of Canada. And we all know that right now, more than half of the overdose death is because of fentanyl, because it's such a dangerous drug. So now, if we know that the drug users age, are getting younger and younger, and more people are dying from this dangerous street drug that is readily available in the street of Canada, I think we should focus on education and telling, the drug users that there's no safe site for you to consume these drugs. You should get off on these drugs. You should get help. You should go into rehab. That's what I believe in, and then anyways, that's that point. And then the gentlemen before me have really spoken a lot of the points that I have. So thank you. Thank you for giving me the chance to speak today.
All right, thank you. So we'll go to Sally Yu online. Let's see, she's there. Then is Jack Yan here? Jack Yan, not here. Phyllis Tang, is Phyllis online? Okay, so
Yes.
Sally Yu, Phyllis Tang, and is Enid Luck online? Not online. Okay, so Sally Yu and Phyllis Tang. Please. Okay, Sally Yu. Are you there?
Hi, yes, I am here, but may I be the next one to go on?
Yes, you are
I get ready?
on.
Okay, thank you.
You're on right now. Please turn on your video.
Okay. Would you mind having someone else go first before me?
I'm sorry?
Would you mind having someone go
right.
before me?
We'll
So
go
that I
to-
can set up the camera.
We'll go to Phyllis Tang.
Thanks so much.
All right.
Trying to set up as well. Just want to make sure everyone can hear me.
Yep. Yes, we hear you.
Yes, dear all councilors, mayor, I want to say thank you for having me. My name is Phyllis Tang, and I'm born in Vancouver. I'm born and raised in Vancouver and have lived in Richmond, BC in many different parts of my life. And a lot of times I've been visiting Vancouver Chinatown since my youth days, and I've been taking weekly Chinese school classes with different schools in China. Very peaceful environment, safe, I would say. However, in the last several years, every time I go to Chinatown to buy my favorite goodies and pastries, I would always think, oh, what kind of scary change has there been? And what is the cause of all this? Would it be those safe injection sites that have come about where tired of people flooding into Chinatown and Hastings Street, the so-called trying to get help? Yet, are they really getting help? And if they are getting help, why is the problems continually increasing and spreading? So I just want to encourage everyone to think about that. If these safe injection sites actually are useful and helpful to society and to those who have been harmed by drugs, is it working? And are we going to be spending taxpayers' dollars to fund programs or projects and sites that are not working for the city? And would any of our constituents or residents like to vote for councillors who actually support a project that is our tax dollars? It's just to think about. I think this opportunity to back out for truly standing up for the residents of Richmond and for really trying to help protect our residents' safety and to help those who are suffering to actually try to recover and obtain the right treatment. I believe that's where our tax dollars should be going, is to help people recover so that they can live a meaningful life. Now, I would like to also take the opportunity to clarify Councillor Kashid. I understand that in the commencement of this council meeting, you've read a statement, and having been someone who has been growing up in Canada, I don't believe I was able to hear you clearly. Were you mentioning that it was more the license of Lucy that has been terminated in November 2023, or are you mentioning that your employment status with Lucy has ended? I just hope that you might be able to clarify that, because I feel that would be helpful to your reputation. And as well, if you don't mind sharing the statement publicly through the press or maybe on your own social media platforms, that would really help everyone understand you better. Now, next, I would like to...
That statement has been given publicly, and we're not going to be talking about that issue anymore. Please carry on.
Okay, great. Okay, also, I would like to make another point. I believe that Richmond is still banning the establishment of cannabis stores. So I was wondering, why would there be a need to establish things like CSC? And also, I'd like to read something to all of you from a Richmond News article that I think is really great. Just give me one moment. Now, as for having a standalone safe injection site, like a supervised consumption site, otherwise, again, known as a safe consumption site, Mina Dawar, Richmond Medical Health Officer, said in February 2023, just a year ago, that Richmond does not have the density of people using drugs to justify it. I don't believe that the density has changed all that much in the past year, according to statistics from the BC Coroner's Service. To be effective, a safe injection site should be near an identified group of drug users who are able to walk to the site. In Richmond, there's not a neighborhood or area where we could provide such service, DeWaar said. So yeah, I would like all our councillors to be mindful that I don't believe the stats have changed that significantly within 1 year. And so we're not sure.
All right, thank you, ma'am. We'll go to Sally Yu. Are you now set up? After Sally, no, we're on Sally Yu. So after Sally Yu would be Teresa Mack. Is she here? Or is she online? No, not here. And is Ted Lee here? Is Ted Lee here? Okay, not here. Tak Jiang, are you here? You're here. Please come down and be ready. And Dean Billings, are you here? Please come down and be ready. Okay, so we're going to Sally Yu. Go ahead.
Okay, so I hear voices saying it would make a difference if there is a safe consumption site for the daughters and the son. I think this is a twist. It is our responsibility as a parent to educate our child from day one. Don't take drugs, make wise decisions. Prevention is the key to our future. Stop blaming the society like it is not your fault. And the other point that I wanted to make is that the safe consumption site is a complete fail. It is not a solution to keep the drug addicts off the street. Chinatown is an example. The ooey smells, the car gets bricked in, shops are closed, robbery, etc. Chinatown is not giving us the results we want to see in Richmond. It is out of control. If we already knew, why are we making the same mistake again? Why do you think Chinatown failed? What have we learned from the mistakes? You think the councils there are not as good as you? If that's the case, I urge you to resign, relocate to Chinatown, fix the problem, come back and prove us wrong. Chinatown needs you. I'm not happy with the council trying to bypass all the residents with this decision, and I'm against the plan for the safe consumption site due to the pre-existing outcomes from Chinatown. This is the end. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next speaker is Tak Jiang, followed by Dean Billings, and then Derek Young. Is Derek here? Derek is not here. We will then go to Sergey Volpov and Estina Young. Are they here? No, they're on Zoom. They're on. Okay. Go ahead.
Good evening, everyone. I'm concerned here why we need this site in Richmond. As we know, in Vancouver, we have 12 supervised consumption and overdose prevention sites, and 10 of these are in downtown East Side. On the Hastings Street, just 1 kilometer distance, there are 10 sites. It's almost one site every 100 meters, which is a lot. But even without this size, 644 people died in Vancouver. In downtown East Side, the deaths are the highest in BC. It's almost 543 deaths per 100,000 people. Why do so many die near this sites if they supposed to save life? It's a big problem we need to think about. Shall we build more sites? How many sites are enough? A safe injection site is most effective where many drugs users can easily to get it. However, Richmond doesn't have as many drugs users close together. So we need to think about whether Richmond really needs such a site right now. Today, Premier David Ed have conversation with staff in Vancouver Castle Hills, where the site needs enrichment. They are trying to get a better handle on why Richmond is bringing forward this proposal at this time. Whether what proposal actually meet the needs in Richmond. Because from their perceptive, there is not what is immediately needed in this city. So do we have a better solution than the safe conception site in Richmond? So we have, for example, mental health and addiction service, passport program, mobile health service, communication education, and reduce complaints. So I'm the computer guy, so I think maybe we have some new technology to support them. So we have the iPhone, we have the Apple Watch, so maybe we can the wearable technology for monitoring and the drug checking technologies. We also have the technology service for the remote areas. For example, after pandemic, we have the Zoom meetings. So we also have the social medias and the online communities. I hope our councils to slow down this process, open-minded to find most options, select on the best solution for everyone in Richmond. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dean Billings. Then Sergey Volpov and Estina Young. And is Andy Leung here? Andy Leung is not here. Camilla Louie? Camilla Louie? Not here. Wen-Shi Peng? Is not here. John Lee? John, okay, if you could be ready, please. Okay, go ahead, sir.
Thanks. Thanks for the opportunity to speak on this topic. My name is Dean Billings. I come to you today as a resident of a building roughly 500 meters from the proposed site. I'm the father of 2 kids, 6 and 10. 5 minutes is not much time, so let me just echo the themes that I've heard, that we've all heard a number of times. I'm concerned about the crime that this would bring to our neighborhood. The current approach is clearly failing horribly. My experience with users of hard drugs has been less than ideal. I'm here to speak against this site. I believe that harm reduction alone is the wrong investment. The right investment is prevention. Prevention is largely a matter of educating young people, and so should be the responsibility of the education system. However, I believe our school system is culturally incapable of meeting this need. I'm rather cynical about this process. I think you guys will just go ahead with this site regardless of what people say on some technical ground. So with that in mind, I have a compromise to propose for your next round of discussions. I think you should decide that the buck stops with you with respect to delivering prevention education. You should decide to become a national leader in the area of prevention education. You should decide that it's your responsibility and your priority. Every report I've seen on the overdose crisis in BC is just dripping with leftist woke language about empathy and destigmatizing drug use. Evidently, this tolerant, inclusive approach is not well suited to the new world of fentanyl and all the other drugs that will continue to come along. If you look at the overall investments we're making in schools on books, new hires, consultants, management attention, job descriptions, mentions in strategic plans, board committees, staff awards, anti-drug prevention is not really a priority. This is especially the case when you compare it to left-wing agenda items such as gender ideology, indigenous land rights, and anti-racism. In fact, the schools are discussing getting Narcan kits. They believe that harm reduction, they're getting into the harm reduction business themselves. Further, you might be surprised to learn that possession of hard drugs in schools is not actually an automatic expulsion. So what would it mean to take more leadership with respect to prevention? You could require that the organization responsible for this injection site is also responsible for delivering and measuring prevention initiatives and reporting regularly on impacts. We need science that uses data other than just counts of deaths and customers served. We need an organization that has the power to survey and report on prevalence rates, attitudes, beliefs, and awareness and responses to prevention initiatives. This should be considered basic public health reporting, one of the inputs to this process. We need an organization capable of delivering prevention content in schools, perhaps in place of DARE BC or whatever ad hoc pro-harm reduction contractors the school district would likely choose by themselves, or a role in evaluating those contractors in that content. Lastly, you could incorporate anti-drug prevention education into camps, rec programs, art programs, library investments in the same way you do now with diversity, equity, and inclusion and things like that. My daughter is 10. Amazingly, she's at the age where overdoses are the largest cause of death. I've been told that we are currently investing only a handful of hours every second year on the 5th grade on this topic. Please don't allow that tragedy to continue because of misdirected empathy. Lastly, let me say that supporters of this site often display a pathological level of empathy towards their own drug-using family members or friends, and an absence of empathy for the rest of the community. The rest of that community includes the next generation of drug users who will be introduced to drug use by the current generation. The parents never think that their own kids sell drugs or that their own kids will introduce people to drug use. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So online we have Sergey Volpov, Estina Young, then John Lee is here. Is May Alvarez here? Okay, if you could be over here and be ready. Okay, Sergey Volpov and Estina Young. Go ahead.
Good evening, councillors and the mayor. Can you hear me well?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, I'm speaking this evening in regards to the city proposal to build the off-leash dog park at London Steveston Park. I am part of the big group of residents who are vehemently opposing this site for off-leash dog park. We had. I think councillors listened to us back in July, I believe, and they postponed all the construction until there's a public engagement. Well, during the public engagement, the city staff came up with some sort of solution which still doesn't work. It doesn't really address all our concerns. What our concerns are is the park is been built instead of 8 meters from 10 residential properties, 15 meters away from the residential properties. So what we have, the biggest concern is the noise level. The noise level is produced by the dog barking is about 95 decibels, which is contrary to City of Richmond City of Richmond bylaw 8856 for sound levels. City of Richmond bylaw 8856 allows 55 decibels in a quiet area during the daytime and 45 during the evening time. So the dog barks about 95 decibels, and the way I came up with this number is through the studies. Normally dog barks around between 80 to 100 decibels, and open kennel dogs bark at about 85 to 115 decibels. So on average, if you combine the two, it'll be about 95 decibels. There's also such thing as the inverse law of sound, where it's with each doubling of the distance, the sound diminishes by 6 decibels. So basically, what the city proposes is to have the park within 15 meters, which is still over the city allowed bylaw. So it would be 71 decibel instead of 55. So this is a big concern. And the reason the noise level is such a concern is my wife, she's been working in healthcare in geriatric field for over 25 years. She had done peer review research from the Journal of Exposure Science, Environmental Epidemiology, Toronto Public Health and Noise Level, and she provided a short summary. So there has been significant research focus over the past 20 years on how noise affects mental health. The effect on mental health, specifically on anxiety, depression, behavioral problem, emotional dysregulations, bipolar disorder, and early onset of major neurocognitive changes are significantly impacting one's health. The study in mice indicated the noise causes hyperactivity of hypothalamus pituitary adrenal axis, leading to lower performance in all cognitive and motor tasks. In addition, it was observed that chronic noise level exposure causes neuroinflammation. In addition, it was observed that chronic noise level exposure causes, I'm repeating myself. Another study that examined 30-day exposure to the noise of non-traffic variety, which is dog barking, loud music, showed the elevated plasma corticosterone levels linked to impairment in spatial memory. There's a whole bunch of studies. I'm not going to bother. Looks like I'm running of time. There's other concerns. There's a visual impact. The park is very close. There's
What happened? Lost him? All right. Is Wenxi Peng here? Wenxi Peng? No? All right, so we'll go to John Lee. And then May Alvarez, you're here. And Shirley Han, are you here? Shirley Han is not here. Okay, and Andrew Mrozowski. Okay, if you could come down and be ready. Okay, sir, go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor and councillors. My name is John Lee, resident of Richmond for more than 30 years. I disagree and strongly oppose the Mayor and councillors' proposal of safe drug consumption site in Richmond. Firstly, Richmond is a democratic society. I'm shocked to learn that councillors use only a week to push through such an important issue that impacts life without any public consultation. In your haste, you have created misinformation and misunderstanding. I hope council can slow down the process a bit and come up with a holistic solution for this complicated social issue. I agree drug addiction is an illness that requires a multi-pronged solution, not just provide a drug use site, but the need for a treatment site along with other supportive measures. I hope council still remember the unsuccessful implementation of the HST in BC, whereby the provincial government did very little consultation. Secondly, everyone knows that there is no safe drugs. In September 2003, the Insight facility in Vancouver opened with your same objective to save lives. Subsequently, more sites were opened in the Lower Mainland. However, after 20 plus years of existence, these sites have not reduced deaths. According to the BC Coroner's Service, that there were 2,511 suspect drug deaths in BC in 2023, the highest annual death toll ever recorded. Councillors, the city needs to think out of the box. We cannot keep on doing the same thing and expect different results. We have built so many sites since 2003, but the deaths continue to increase. Your proposal is not holistic. The drug people need the support, but we're told to wait. We need to have a proper and supportive solution for the drug problem. Councillors, Have any of you visit one of the Insight in Vancouver? Thirdly, I would like to highlight the other part of this equation, the illicit drug supply and the role of enforcement. There's hardly any news on this. Could Councillor add this issue to your consideration? Public safety is a major concern to us. That's why last night and tonight, a large number of concerned residents of Richmond are here to oppose your proposal. Why do people view the injection sites and the CSOs equal to crime? It's good to think about it. Why are the people who seem to only want to benefit their own agenda are screaming the loudest? How many people have used or gone through these sites and how many benefit from this? Surely there would be numbers to share with the residents. By the way, I think today I'm the 89th speaker tonight. In the opposition, your proposal is approximately about 90 to 95%. Unfortunately, those supporters are mostly, if not all, special interest groups and not the residents or taxpayers of Richmond. Lastly, councillors and mayor, please do the right thing. Listen to your residents and do not support those ill-considered proposals. And if you still have some time left, please listen to the residents again. Yes, you have got it. The same residents who will be voting in the next elections. Thank you for not supporting this proposal.
All right, thank you. The next speaker is May Alvarez, and then Andrew Morozowski. Yes, ma'am.
Hello. Good evening, Mayor Brody and all the councillors. Thank you for the opportunity given to me to have a little speech about this topic. The 4-pillar drug overdose prevention program has been in place for quite a long time, and yet the effectiveness is somehow very, very controversial among drug users and non-users. I think everybody knows this is about 20 years already passed on, and yet you can see the results is not very promising. However, I agree. There's some cases, of course, you do anything, there's some results, that's reasonable. But let's think. It's time to think and reconstruct and update to this program, or even move or shift a bit to direct towards the goal of saving lives. In my opinion, since drug addiction is now considered a health issue, let's think outside of the box, just like the previous speakers say, outside of the box. Coincidentally, I say the same thing. Be more innovative. Put the SCS aside for now, just for now. Take a deep breath, open your eyes and ears. There's always alternatives to reach the same goal. The knowledgeable media, I noticed in some Latino and African countries, the medical team members, for example, doctors, nurses, social workers, OT, PT, etc., reach into homes of people who need specific medical attentions via a mobile clinic on pre-programmed intervals. I'm not professional to say anything about more details about it, but I think that really opened a little thought that we have to think about it. I mean, Mayor and all the councillors, do me a favor. Just send this message to Vancouver Coastal Health, Dr. Bonnie Henry. Just have a little thought outside the box. Think about not just SCS anymore, because it is past due. This is more than 20 years. We need to think of something, move on, think about something that works, something not working. So I think, conclusion, the benefits include, for this mobile clinic, in my mind, okay? Being very private, individual tailored, self-paced programming, and one-on-one routine monitoring, and less harassing to themselves, I mean the patient or the drug-addicted person, and to their neighbors. The routine home visits promote prevention elements. The prevention means we stop it when it becomes worse. So this is the main point. Everybody knows about it. Even you don't need a genius to talk about it. Always prevention is the best. People feel safe at their own homes. They'll become more receptive with treatments. Then they will maybe somehow, whatever we have to try, they might step up and to step on the path with right encouragement, on right timing, right readiness for them, and they may get back to the normal lives, or even better, just like last night, the person who took 26 years to become a normal person again, and is so happy. I'm so happy to see that. So, I mean, I find the less harassing element might be a positive selling point to the Asian residents in Richmond, because I heard the fear, the worry, the anxiety, everything. It is awful. Nobody likes it. So for Asian residents in Richmond, I'm one of them. I really understand the cultures and all the value, vision, insights, everything. Not 100%, but at least more than 50%. Because parents, with this mobile clinic on trial, just for on trial, if you can convey my message to Vancouver Coastal Health, just for maybe a year or two, just try in Richmond, because it really is tailored. I can see parents can explain to the young children about these mobile clinic, the purposes. And this is less harassing because, in my point of view, the little children, those.
All right, thank you. So, Mr. Morawski, now, Stephen Dong, are you here? No. Sam Wang? No.
Hi, good evening, Council.
Hang on a sec. Are you Stephen Dong? Sam. Oh, Sam, you're Sam Wang. Yes. Okay, and Joseph Wong, are you here? Not here? Oh, here. Okay, come on down then. Okay, so that's Joseph Wong and Sam Wang. Okay, go ahead, sir.
Yeah. Good evening, councillors and the public. I'm glad we are here today experiencing a democratic process of having an input to our future by providing our opinions to governing bodies that have been elected by us and to represent us. I have to admit, I found out about this issue late yesterday, probably around noon, thanks to my wife who found out through a Chinese social media. I was totally shocked that something like this has been actually proposed and overwhelmingly approved by you without any consultation. So obviously I had to do like quick study on the stats and on the issues and been sitting in since yesterday and today. I'm not gonna repeat everything that everybody has said, but you have heard overwhelmingly that these sites don't work. If anything, they cause more problems, that there's other solutions you should be undertaking. Like when Mr. Brody opposed building the 12-lane bridge versus replacing the tunnel. That's a standing up to our new solutions. That's listening to us. So as I said, the stats, when I looked at them today, they were just shocking. They don't justify even talking about the sites here. The majority of the deaths from overdose are in Vancouver and Surrey. We are 1%, like at the bottom of everything else. Do you want to bring the people here so they can use it and we save them and without providing them with real solutions? So the previous speakers that talked yesterday and today have confirmed that the approach doesn't work. They use these sites. So as you know, probably many of you have heard Albert Einstein called that if we do the same thing over and over and expect different results, it's called insanity. Just shake your heads. Richmond is made of many new generation immigrants like myself, and I come from Eastern Europe, my wife comes from China, many people come from different Asian countries. Growing up, we didn't have any problems with drugs. If you saw somebody doing drugs, they disappeared and they were rehabilitated, and you could see them next year and they'd be back to normal. There was programs in place, and if drugs are illegal, selling them and using them is illegal, then it empowers the government to actually help people, force them to rehabilitation programs. Let's put the money, do the prevention. If you keep clipping leaves of a tree, of course more leaves gonna grow. You have to clip the roots. It's very simple. In a closing, I just want to tell you a story. When I went home yesterday, my son, 14 years old, he asked me, where were your parents? And I said, we were here at the council meeting when people were talking about the SCS site. So what's that? I said, well, there's a site where if you have drugs and you dependent on drugs, you can go, they check your drugs, and you can use it, and in case you were to die, they'll resurrect you. I said, well, wait a minute, so you're saying actually it's allowed to use drugs? I say, yeah. I said, so they're gonna make you more addicted, and then in case I die, they'll resurrect me, and then I keep doing it? I say, yeah, so what's the point? I said, well, they will provide you with services when eventually you give up or you smarten up and you wanna get help, they'll try to give you help. I said, he said, it doesn't make sense. And those are the words from my 14-year-old son. And we've been telling you this, like 98% of the people here. So I would be really disappointed if that council actually approves the motion. There's no point in that motion. There's no sense. If anything, we should stand up, and Richmond has been known for standing up to Vancouver and all the other cities that make bad decisions. And I hope you guys are gonna be really thinking about us, because you represent us and you're gonna make the right decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Sam Wang, then Joseph Wong, and is Ping Yang here? Is Ping Yang here? No? Kathy Lee. Okay, if you could be down here and be ready. Okay, go ahead.
My name is Sam Wang. I'm a 29-year Richmond resident. Many speakers before me had made very good points. I probably will end up repeating their opinion. But first of all, I would like to applaud the then City Council's unanimous and firm stand against the legalization of marijuana in 2017. I hope this City Council will continue its effort in fighting drugs in Richmond. So there was a company called Hollywood North Cannabis Inc. It holds the license to sell psilocybin, a controlled substance. And that company changed its name to Scientific Discovery Inc. in May 2021. So that's the backdrop. Secondly, the City Council has misplaced its priority. According to a news report by Vancouver Sun today, Premier David Eby said, quote, his staff had a conversation with Vancouver Coastal Health, and the health authority is trying to get a better handle on what Richmond is bringing forward this proposal at this time. Whether what's proposed actually meets the needs of Richmond. Because from their perspective, this was not what is immediately needed in that city, end quote. So this proposal of a safe drug consumption site has both Premier David Eby and Vancouver Coastal Health scratching their heads. Therefore, their reaction justifies the questioning of the true motives behind this proposal by Richmond City Council. And thirdly, a safe drug consumption site is never the answer to solve the problem of drug addiction and associated death. It is not even a band-aid solution. On the contrary, the so-called safe drug consumption site encourages people already suffering from long-time drug addictions to continue their deadly lifestyle. Eventually, the prolonged drug use enabled by the so-called safe drug consumption will kill them unless they seek help and rehab. the so-called safe drug consumption site will nevertheless extend the pain and agony of the people with drug addiction and their families. These families will continue to be financially drained and emotionally torn because of the ongoing and long-term suffering of their loved ones due to the enabling safe drug consumption site. This proposal is not saving people, but killing them slowly. Instead of educating Richmond residents on the necessity of a safe drug consumption site, please steer your focus on education and prevention of drug use in schools and communities. Please reach out and educate people suffering drug addictions and their families on how they can seek and obtain rehab assistance and clean up. A safe drug consumption site is never the answer. On a side note, some of you have lost touch with the communities for a long time. You have taken our votes for granted and become so arrogant that basically public hearings has become a sham. The residents of Richmond voted you in 2 years ago, and mark my words, and they can and will vote some of you out 2 years from now, period. Thank you.
So now we'll go to Joseph Wong. Go ahead. Then Kathy Lee. Sina Lam. Is Sina here? Yes? Please come down to the front and be ready. Yes, sir.
Okay, good evening, everybody. Actually, most of the points that and opinions has been expressed quite enough already, to my opinion. But I still have to speak out on behalf of myself, my family, and my friends. First of all, let me give you some information that I personally seen, okay, in the past 1-2 years, 2002 and 2003. I had an opportunity to visit downtown waterfront area for the past 2 years. And every time when I go there, I saw a lot of drug users holding their checks at the waterfront Western Union. They want to cash. They want to cash a check. They use their cash to buy drugs instead of food. They go to food bank for food or shoplifter for food. But the shopkeepers, they just keep an eye closed. Number two, death from drug poisoning and overdose haven't gone down since supervised consumption sites first opened in 2003. From 14 sites to 41 sites. In the province, in 2023, 2,511 overdose deaths. That figure shows no decline at all of death. This facility is a failure in saving lives. That kind of facility will definitely attract more drugs addicts to our city. As a consequence, definitely increase crime rates, public safety issues, particularly to our children. Hygiene problems. The drug sites can never reduce harm or save lives among drug users. Instead, killing them slowly, quietly. And if this site is passed, that means councillors and the mayor is helping the drug users to suicide slowly and quietly, indirectly or directly, in my opinion. Again, drug site attracts other users from primary cities that contributes substance abuse, plus all the seen and unseen factors Richmond taxpayers have to pay. That kind of endless financial burdens. Why should we do that? Why can't you use this money, as many people said before, on the positive side, instead of providing the sites for them to do the injection? Now, according to the survey from Richmond News, up to now, over 90% of Richmond residents object drug site proposal. Now, I'd like to ask, is that figure not enough for the city to consider? One more thing. Please stop saying we have no or very limited knowledge about drug. Please don't insult our wisdom. We have wisdom to judge what is right and what is wrong.
No, I think you're out of time, sir. Okay, so then we'll go to Kathy Lee. If you could come forward, then we have Sina Lam. Is Angela Ng here? You're Angela? Please come down here. Be ready. Yes, ma'am?
Can I start? Good evening, everyone. My name is Kathy. And I think maybe Richmond has a heart. That's the slogan on our City Hall. So that's the reason I love Richmond. And that's the reason make me live in Richmond for 15 years. Through yesterday's public hearing, I learned that the city is building this drug consumption site to helping those suffering for mental issues. So those who had lost their lives during the drug overdose, that's a very sad stories. My friends told me that lady, she said her son lost life is her neighbor. So we know what's happening. We hope those mental ill parents can find relief, but using drugs to relieve their pain, is that really a solution? Doesn't those just push them further into another hell? I think we all know drugs are something that should never be touched. They are bad. Perhaps the mental illness is hard to control. So they need to relieve, they need the drugs, but then they become addicted again. Instead of using the drugs, I feel we should let the medical teams to develop more medicals instead of drugs. We should use the money on this part. Furthermore, on the VCH website, within less than a kilometer in downtown East Side, there are 10 sites. In 2023, where 2,511 people died in BC, with 553 in downtown East Side. They are with the highest density of a site, and indeed, the highest death rate. According to the VCH data, the drug consumption sites are not the best solution for families with mental issues, mental illness. Also, I think people will know at the news, 2024, this year, at the March, Yaletown will close one of their drug consumption sites. So I don't see why we should open another one. Another thing I feel, should the city of government spend more time listening to the public opinions on this matter? We need the government to focus on what citizens really need. In this afternoon, just 3 hours, I collect with 156 voting families say no to this drug consumption site. And they all from the parents group of my kids' elementary school, just the one elementary school. And that's not the official calculation. We hope those voices will be heard by the city of government. We all, I am a citizen. I'm also the philanthropy is a part of my life. I'm fundraising, helping the VCH, Richmond Hospital, Surrey Memorial Hospitals, SDCs, to helping our communities, those people who need the help. So I feel as our community, we all have a lovely heart. We want to help the people who need to help, but in the right way, in the more, I will say, the more better way to helping them, not to pushing them into another hell. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So the next speaker is Sina Lam, then Angela Ng. Is Monica Mock here? Monica Mock? No. Wen Fu Yang? Wen Fu Yang? Please come down and be ready. Okay, go ahead.
Hi, everyone. My name is Sina, and I have lived in Richmond for over 20 years. Oh. Hi, everyone. My name is Sina, and I have lived in Richmond for over 20 years. Today, I want to share why I don't think having SCS from people to use drugs in Richmond is a good deal. There are two big reasons why I feel this way. Firstly, if someone wants to get better from using drugs, what they really need is a drugs rehab center. A rehab center helps them stop using drugs and get healthy again. Have SCS for people to use drugs doesn't help them stop. It's like giving someone who is sick candy instead of medicine. We want to help people get better, not stay sick. Another thing is to think about is if we have SCS for people to use drugs, it may make some people, even teenagers and young kids, think that using drugs is okay. This like when you see someone doing something and you want to do it too. It's like a game of monkey see, monkey do. If adults are using drugs in SCS, some teens may think this okay for them to do it too. First, we want to tell everyone, especially young people, that using drugs is not okay and can be really dangerous. So, instead of having SCS for people to use drugs, let's focus on helping them get better and showing everyone, especially teenagers, and using drugs is not normal or safe. Together, we can make our community healthier and safer for everyone. Thanks for listening.
Okay, thank you. Then we have, let's see now, Angela Ng. That's you. And then Wen-Fu Yang. Are you on the list? Then the answer is no. So going back here, you're Angela Ng?
Yes, yes.
And then we have Wen-Fu Yang and Yu Hung. Is that person here? No? Okay. And then John Wong. Is John Wong here? Okay, he's not here. Chang Li Yu. Okay, please be ready. All right. So, Angela.
Okay. Good night, everybody. I'm Angela Ng. I'm a senior. I'm an ordinary peasant housewife. I just want to voice myself. I'm really, really strongly against this supervised consumption site in Richmond, close to the Richmond Hospital. For the last few years, there's so many, no target attack and harassment. I haven't go out at night for the last 3 years. But yesterday and today, I came out because I think I need to voice my opinion. The crime rate and this harassment and attack in Richmond, break-in, everything is so bad. So I just want Richmond City can spend more money to fight crime, make our place safer and live here. Instead of having this in 7 days, a SCS, which is close to the center of Richmond, and basically harms all Richmond people. And one of these, he said he's a social worker. He said taking drugs is a human experience. Wow, he's really terrible. Human experience can be travel, can be playing, not taking drugs. I am 67-something years old when I was born. The parents always education, don't touch drugs. Say no to drugs. No drugs, never have drugs. I think the education to our culture is really help. We know once you take drug, your life will be ruined. You will be rely on this addiction for the whole life, and there is no life. I think what this purpose, you don't say we love them. We love them, we try to help them. But love them should be in the right way, as a lot of previous speakers said. The parents, or should be the family, spend more time with them to find out what they need, why their mind is so emptiness and have to rely on these hard drugs to feel good. Because I heard they take this drug, they feel good, they thought they're in heaven. But the thing is, family members should spend more time to help them to take away this drug addiction. Like one of the speakers said, his mother mortgaged the house, $60,000, to put him on a 9-month take out this drug addiction program, which he did, and then he's very successful. And you think the government doesn't have that much money for each person, but I think as a family members, as friends, we love them. We want to help them. We want to help them get out, spend more time with them, try to understand why their mind is so loneliness or they need help. Life in Vancouver or Richmond is very difficult. With this high cost of living, a lot of us who has stress. We are all very difficult to live in this world. But taking drugs is not a way to stay away from the problem. we should teach them to have the courage to meet this challenge. This is really a challenge. We all have ups and downs. Everybody has stress, depression. But if you have the courage to live on, so that is what we should try to help these drug addict people see what is the problem, why they're so depressed, why they need to put on this drug. So I never take drugs, I don't know what they say, but they say drug really make them feel like heaven. Why they want this momentarily satisfaction instead of ruin their whole life. I just say, please spend more money on the education. Tell those people, don't touch drugs, never take drugs, stay away from drugs, say no to drugs. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Wen Fu Yang, then Chang Li Yu.
Good evening.
Just a minute.
Sorry.
1 minute, please. And then Mona Mao. Okay, if you could be ready, please. Please go ahead.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and city councilors and everyone. My name is Wen Fei Yang. I'm a resident in Richmond for more than 15 years. I'm here just want to, I got these things very new. I'm not professional. So I get most information start from the media statement from the city of Richmond. So I'm quite interesting about the number one. They say this let's say supervised consumption site. It's a decision lie with Vancouver Coastal Health. They need to apply exemption for the Controlled Drug and Substance Act. That means if it's not get the exemption, it's basically. It's the truth is all the drugs is illegal in the whole country, right? That means when something is illegal, it's definitely not good for the society. So the government will make it illegal, and then why? When things like that need to be considered very carefully, right? The number three say the staff does not hand out drugs to users, but they need to get the drugs for consume where the drugs comes from. So I'm quite interested about that. So because I totally didn't research how the process in other city exist what's that called SCS. Is that the truth is if there's a new one to set in Richmond, it must be more attract more drug user to come here. It's obviously it's going to damage our public health and safety. So we have meeting here. We have a discussion here. It's basically on the focus on the public health and safety. So the SCS supervised consumption set will definitely threaten the public health and safety. So please be very careful to make this decision. I still have some minutes, right? For my personal experience, Richmond City is good. It's feel safe and safe to enjoy. And I think I want to emphasize the location. It's right in the city center where there is the Richmond High. Richmond High is my son graduated from that school, from the IB program. IB program say they want to develop all the young people who are success. So success means not manage their own life, and also they can have an ability to contribute to the society. But if there's more the innocent young people appear face more drug addict or dealer or those culture, they have high risk to damage our hope, right? They want those drug addicts. They have no ability to manage their life, and they have no ability to contribute to the society. That's what we don't want to see. Yeah, so that's it. Thank you.
All right. Next speaker is Chang Li Yu. Then Mona Mao is here. I see John Wong just walked in, so we'll go back to him. Okay. Yes, sir.
Good evening, everyone. I would like to share my opposed opinion to the proposal of building a new supervised consumption site in Richmond. It is disappointing for me to hear that this kind of inappropriate way to encountering the problem of overdosing is being implemented again and again, like in Metro Vancouver area. In Vancouver and Surrey, the residents are already experiencing or are suffering from the overdosing problems, and people who are suffering from these issues. We think that drugs, it is should be controlled medical substance to the people who are suffer from serious illness, not being abused or being implemented in a normal way that people have unlimited access to. For the young generation, they will think it is appropriate to take drugs if there's a positive side for them to consume these drugs. The proper way to tackle these problems should be having the professional medical services to the people who are suffering from the diseases or who are addictive to these drugs. And it is a problem to say that these drugs are like the illegal and you can consume them in a certain site. And as in our culture, we should not think that these things are positive or right to any people. It's a problem of drug that's leading all these issues, which is a root cause, not the people who are using them. And what we should do is having our passion to help them and go out and solving these issues from other side, which is more effective. The drug companies who are producing them is people who are getting benefits from this proposal. It's not the city of Richmond, it's not the resident of Richmond. They are working hard to paying the tax for a better life quality. But why these limited funds or resources are being used for an ineffective way or way that could lead to further issues, lead to more addictive population, that's a problem that we are thinking about. We are like having these issues with Vancouver, within Canada, North America, or the whole world for the past decades. And we see positive examples in other regions to tackle these problems using the professional ways to preventing the preventing the usage of these addictive drugs. We should follow these steps instead of following the negative method that are already being proved in Vancouver and Surrey City. Nowadays, people share their concerns of having this site near the hospitals, near the children's playground, the schools. And we share the pity like that these people are suffering from the diseases. And we really hope that the city of Richmond could come up with a better solution with all the residents and help the people come out from these addictive drugs. And the plan that's being set.
Thank you, sir. So the next speaker is Mona Mao, and then Cyrus Shi Chen. Not here. Rachel Leo. Not here. Kevin Zhang. Not here. Okay, so we'll have you, and then Mr. Wong. If you, Mr. Wong, if you could please come down. Go ahead.
Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Mona Mao. I live in Richmond over 20 years. After hearing that some parents said last night, please allow me to express my deep condolence and sympathy for the tragedy what happened to their children. In order to prevent the tragedy from happening to more families, we must prevent establishment of this so-called supervised consumption site for following reasons. First, building injection houses will definitely attract more drug users to Richmond and will give young people more opportunities to come into contact with drug users. As everyone knows, drugs are harmful. People who have lost loved ones knows OD should despise drugs even more. We should fix our mistakes from start by educating children not to get in touch with drugs at all, instead of building construction sites that will do nothing but lead to even more addictions and overdose. This last sentence wrote by my 15-year-old daughter. See, this age knows the truth. Drug addicts had countless effects on vulnerable groups, including kids and seniors. Kids, especially teenagers, are easily influenced by their surroundings. If there are drug addicts around them, they may imitate their behavior to try to follow them, thinking it's right when it isn't. Teenagers who associate with drug users may be involved in drug dealings and drug use. Drug addicts may also display irresponsible, impulsive, and poor decision-making behavior in front of the kids. This will lead negative impacts on kids too. Kids and seniors may be affected by physical health problems of drug users, which will bring fear and health risks to them. We have heard lots of examples of seniors being pushed to the ground by some drug-high person for no reason. Who would dare to leave the house after the injection sites are built and surrounded by drug users? Second, building injection houses may send wrong message to people, thinking that injection is an easy and safe behavior, ignoring the risk and the necessity of injection. Who's to say that someone who complete a drug injection won't smash your car window or even break into your basement again in search of money to buy more drugs? What we have to do is use taxpayers' money to provide those who abuse drugs with opportunities and resources detoxify, including rehab center and psychological counseling to help them get rid of drug addiction and establish healthy, stable lives and return to the society. Third, it cannot be denied that some people who are addicted to drugs are forced to do so with some health issue or any other reasons. The treatment of drug addicts should be comprehensively considered. By incentivizing safe injection at such sites is only prolonging the problem and neglecting some such words at hand. Yesterday, a gentleman mentioned that drug addict already exist in Richmond. Yes, we have seen it too. If injection site is built, you will see more and more high-spirit people wandering the streets. Richmond will soon become a paradise of drug addicts, just like Vancouver East Hastings, where the streets are no longer safe for people to walk on. I'm sure this is not what Mayor and council members who live in Richmond wants to see. The majority of people here have children. The bottom line as parents is to keep our children away from drugs and keep them safe. We choose to live in Richmond because from mayor to council members have never let us worry about this type of thing. Today, whoever officials proposal this CSC plan have touched the bottom line of these parents. This is by no means our original attention electing you to be council members. In summary, comprehensive measures should be taken to deal with drug abuse, including drug treatment, education and prevention, rehabilitation support, and legal sanction, rather than simply provide such safety injection site. I state my position against procedure.
All right, thank you. As Mr. Wong comes up, is Joy Yuen here? No? Ainsley Cook? What's this? Oh, is she on Zoom? Okay, so Joy Yuen will be next. She's on Zoom. Ainsley Cook? No? Tianyan Xiong? No? Catherine Tang? No? Kim Young? Nope. Bill Mock? Bill Mock? No? Dee Whalen and Fabricia Riascos? No? Ting Hui Wang? Katie Jakes? Merle DeCastro? Fuller Wu? No. Hugh Freeberg? Okay, no? No. Mark Lee? Sorry, I hear somebody. Okay, if you could come forward, please. And Xiao Yi Zhang? No? Okay, so we have 3 speakers left, Mr. Wong, then Joy Yuen, and Mark Lee. All right, Mr. Wong, go ahead.
My name is John Wong. I live in Richmond for over 30 years. I just want to inform the council of the misconception. They say that the Chinese or Oriental have misconception about safe injection site, but they have a misconception that I talked to the Richmond Hospital Foundation, which is Indora Fan and Ms. Misser, and they told me they did not know about the safe injection site, and they contacted the Richmond Health Authority. They say they were not aware of this. They were blindsided. So I just want to get that clear out of the air first, so that the misconception is from the council that say they support it. They did not support it. They didn't say anything to do with it, okay? Dear Mayor and Council, I'm fully against the location and setting up an inside city of Vancouver have it and still trying to control it. And the death rate continue to increase. Location at Richard and Seymour Street have to close because it created an unsafe environment for the residents of the area. The concern for the loitering of drug users, people are scared to visit business in that area. The business have been struggling with after the COVID-19 pandemic. They will not help them to recover. Why don't the government prove good governance by helping mental issues, homelessness, provide good economic condition for people to earn a healthy living? The hospitals for the sick, senior, and young, which are vulnerable. The family is stressed enough with loved one in hospital trying to recover from sickness. And now you create an unsafe environment for them to visit their loved one, to comfort them. We are short of nurses and doctors already. And now you want to take the resources to help people who choose to do harm to themselves and not give them consideration to sick people using the hospital with a sickness they could not control. Give it a second thought, as we have a good community and Richmond Hospital have been supported by residents to give safe and quiet place for sick, to have a safe injection site in the hospital. No, I'm a resident. I want to give you my personal opinion. My father have health issue before he died. I drove him to VGH, emergency, wait 10 hours. Okay, and I saw my friend Scott, the policeman, brought in an overdose. He goes directly in with a nurse and a doctor there. That's a resource we wait. My father waited 10 hours. So the second time he had another stroke, I did not drive him there. I called an emergency ambulance. That's how he got in. Yes, he got in, but not right away a doctor or nurse to see him. Okay, what they have, he now has a bed. He stay in a bed instead of waiting outside in the lobby. Is this the environment we want to save? Who do we choose? Are we telling a doctor to choose, do you want the injection site person, or you say my father? And then when he finally recovered, went to ICU, my mom has to stay there. There's no enough nurse to go around. She stayed there 24 hours a day. I feel so sorry. I pay some money out of my own pocket. I hire a 24-hour nurse to look after him. And here we are, taking the doctors and nurses over there. And just today I saw on the news, the lady in Fort St. John can't afford to fly down here for cancer treatment, what will be shorten her life. What are we creating here? Are we using our resources correctly or rightly? I'm not saying injection is not fine. We want to save people, but don't forget, we have loved ones that are not drug users. They're saved people, and I myself, my heart, I want to save my people. If my loved one die, what do you think I'm going to do? I feel bad too. I know they feel bad, but they work the rest of their life. They pay everything in. They believe in Canada, believe in the health system. Are they going to fail him at the most crucial time of their life? Make a good life for them before they pass away. My dad didn't have a good point. Near the end, there was not enough nurse around. He pulled all the tubes out and he died. And that was 30 years. And then when he died, he told the nurse 5 minutes to come. Nobody's standing right next to him. You know we're going to go. That stayed in my mind for a long time. It's not the saving your sight, not anything else. If we try to save our loved one, please do your.
All right, thank you. Online, we have Joy Yuan.
Yes. Hi.
Go ahead.
Hello, everyone. I've been living in Richmond for over 10 years, paying taxes, and being a part of this community. I'm here to speak against the idea of putting a supervised consumption site near Richmond Hospital. Firstly, I want to make it clear that my opposition to this site isn't because I don't care about those struggling with drug use. Quite the opposite. Actually, I believe they deserve better than just a place to use drugs under supervision. What they really need is proper rehabilitation centers, mental health support, and education to help them break free from addiction. We should be teaching them to value themselves and steer clear of drugs. And once they are on the path to recovery, we should offer job training to help them rebuild their lives. The stats speak for themselves. The number of deaths due to drug use has skyrocketed from 218 in year 2005 to 2,511 people in 2023. This proves that supervised consumption sites don't work as intended. They may prolong the lives of drug users, but they don't stop them from dying. The real way to prevent deaths is to keep people away from drugs in the first place. We need to educate our youth about the dangers of drug use, including how it damages the brain and nervous system and can eventually lead to death. Once someone starts using drugs, it's extremely difficult to turn back. Richmond Hospital has been serving our community for decades, but in the past 30 years, it hasn't grown alongside our population. We now have 3 times as many residents compared to 30 years ago, but the hospital is still the same size. The average waiting hours in the emergency room is 4 to 5 hours. Adding a consumption site to the mix would only make things worse and put more pressure on our nurses and doctors. Even Vancouver Coastal Health doesn't see the need for a site in Richmond. So why are Mr. Heed and the other councillors pushing for that so urgently? Canada is supposed to be a beacon of democracy, but the Richmond Council has decided to ignore the wishes of its residents by pushing for this site without consulting us. I visit community centers and libraries every week, and I've never seen any information about this proposal. As a taxpayer, I have a right to know where my money is going, and I believe it should be used for something like taking care of aging population, daycare support, or bring more family positions for the new immigrants and refugees. I also would like to share some of the opinions from people who signed the petition to against the consumption site. This is Juliana Heidi. She wrote, "My son overdosed and died from drugs. And what is the point of a safe site when they will still do drugs? It's a waste of tax dollars and space. One way or another, they will get the drugs and do them, and no one will stop them." Pamela Tan wrote, "As a health worker, I face challenges and traumatic situations daily, but I cannot allow my family to be surrounded by such circumstances." A police from Surrey, he said, "I'm signing because I know this will bring more crime and lawlessness to the area. I'm a police officer and have seen this firsthand. I was policing Surrey on the ground before Surrey introduced the safe injection site. When the site was set up, more undesirable people hang out in the area. You had drug dealers and addicts all over the street. At the safe injection site, they do not offer any help or suggest any help, as they want to be neutral, so that addicts will still use their facility. Look at Vancouver. Before Surrey, I worked in downtown East Side 2010. Has there been any improvement?"
Do we lose her? Okay, the final speaker will be Mark Lee. Mark?
Good evening, Mayor and councilors. I know we all want to go home, so I will try to keep it short and sweet.
Please pull the mic right in.
Oh, I'll
so
just,
we can hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
All right, so I'll just get right to it. My name is Mark Lee. I am a translator and interpreter. I work with the Chinese community. I also help run a business in Chinatown, which is situated in the downtown east side. I routinely meet with people who use drugs in my work in Chinatown. I also have friends in Richmond who are drug users. They are not the demographic that most people in this room would imagine when they're thinking of drug users. I'm talking about mortgage specialists. I'm talking about software developers. These are people who are very affluent, have lots of means, and these people are people that I'm not that worried about overdosing from toxic drugs. And the reason that I say that is that they have time, they have money, they can go down to Vancouver to test their drugs. And if there's something in their drugs that they didn't expect, they have enough money to buy more drugs. And so these are not people that I'm worried about. The people that I'm worried about are the people who live in Richmond, who use drugs, who don't have the kind of means to be able to take a 45-minute trip by transit down to Vancouver to test their drugs, and who, if they tested their drugs and found that they contained substances that were unexpected, that were more potent, that were more dangerous, that they would not necessarily have the means to buy more drugs to then test again until they find drugs that are safe enough to use. Those are the people that I'm worried about in Richmond. That is why I support opening a supervised consumption site in Richmond. What I think we are witnessing tonight, what we witnessed yesterday, is a lot of people who are coming to this discussion fresh, who have not had the time to get to know people and places and things that are part of this discussion. And so we get comments that are very insensitive. We get comments that are, frankly, very painful to listen to, especially for people, for those of us who have lost loved ones to toxic drugs. But what I know is that you all have access to information, and I know that the way that this process works is that you're asking staff to compile information and to come back and to talk to you about it. And so I hope that you just do that. I hope that you continue with this motion to ask for people to investigate whether or not it's viable, investigate whether or not there is a need. I know that there are people who have claimed that there is not enough need, that there is better ways to address the problems of drug overdose, but frankly, I don't think that those are very credible statements from some of the people that are making them. So I'm gonna just leave it there, and hopefully we can all just rest a little bit easier tonight, and you'll make the decision that you should. Thanks.
Hey, all right, thank you. May I have a motion to rise and report? All those in favor, opposed, carried. So that brings us to the consent agenda. We have the receipt of the committee minutes, the addition of the names to the Richmond Cenotaph, the London Stevenston Dog Off-Leash Area Update, the award of contract for the delivery of advanced lifeguarding, life-saving, and first aid instructional and recertification courses, the First Nations Bunkhouse Interpreter Program and level of service, the award of the contract for IT security, revenue anticipation borrowing bylaw. Then we have 2023 annual report and the 2024 work plan for the Richmond Advisory Committee on the Environment, the Accessibility Advisory Committee, and the Child Care Development Advisory Committee. Land use applications for first, second, and third reading. Remember, those are ones that have no public hearing. 6660 Francis Road rezoning from single detached RS1E zone to the arterial road 2-unit dwellings RDA zone. And 9371 and 91 Francis Road rezoning from the single detached RS1C zone to the low-density townhouses RT14 zone. And may I have a motion to adopt those by general consent? Moved and seconded. Comments, Councillor Wolf.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm going to just speak on 3 items, and then I'd also like item 17 to be taken off the consent agenda because I'm not supporting that one. First off, item number 8, that's the London Steveston dog off-leash area update. We had one speaker speak to that. I was on the committee where we talked about this, and at the Parks, Rec, and Cultural Services Committee. And I just want to highlight, if you have the pages in front of you, page 75 and 76 are the new concept plan. And I think this is going to be the best case scenario of a new dog park for the neighboring residents. And I say that because of the distance that's being added. So instead of 8 meters, it's 15 meters. There's going to be a huge mound and grove of trees that otherwise wouldn't be there and hasn't been placed at other new dog parks. So I really value the work that staff did and that they listened to the residents adjacent to this and have given extra consultation to them. So I really value the decision we have on the agenda today. Very briefly, the other items, item number 10 is the First Nations Bunkhouse Interpretive Program and level of service. I really value that we are going beyond our program and level of service. We've added a 2, 3, and a 4 component to this that will take us to a better understanding of this only structure of its kind left in BC, built in 1880s. And finally, the item I'd like to speak to is item number 16, and I'd like to commend the developer in this case, as we are saving more trees than we're losing, and they're even adding some bonus trees in the mix. And like I said earlier, I'd like number 17 off the consent agenda. Thank you.
Councillor Day.
Thank you very much. Also on the consent agenda, I was going to take number 8, which is the London Steveston Dog Off-Leash Park, off the agenda, but staff provided me with a really great map that had all the dog parks, and then I was told that Steveston, East Richmond, Aberdeen, Kitchison, McCallum, and McLean are all adjacent to residential homes. So I decided to go ahead and support this, because if we went with option 4, which is relocating the park in the middle of London Park, it would have cost us an extra $300,000, and I just can't justify that. So I will be supporting that. Number 10 is the First Nations Bunkhouse Interpretive Program and Level of Service. Now, retired Councillor Harold Steves came and brought us a report, which you can find on page CNCL 45. And what it states in there is that it's better to do a restoration versus reconstruction. And in 1991, that would have cost $160,000. Well, the plan by staff is to do a $6.5 million complete tear down and rebuild as a replica. I'm just going to ask staff to review CNCL 45 and consider the fact, Councillor Steve suggested just lifting the house, pouring a foundation, and then dropping it back down again. I don't know if that's feasible, but I'd like staff just to look at it. And then please, for Councillor Steve's sake, can we please call it the First Nations Smokehouse, because that's what it is. Then he doesn't have to keep mentioning it to me. And that's it for me. Thank you.
Councillor Hobbs.
Thank you, through the chair. I'll just mention 2 quick items because they're important. One is the Longhouse Smokehouse Bunkhouse. I'm glad to see engagement is in full force there, and the Britannia board has been engaged. and will be with the city. So that's going to be an exciting project down at Britannia. The last thing I want to quickly mention is number 7, and that's the addition of the veterans from the First World War onto the memorial. Koyanagi fought in Passchendaele, Harada fought in Amiens, and 2 extremely costly, brutal battles for Canada and allies in World War I, and I think that's great that they're being added on, and I think it's really important that we include everybody who served our country, and it's a good thing to be doing. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So I'll call the question on the consent agenda. All those in favor? Any opposed? It's carried. That takes us to number 17, which has been taken off the consent agenda for some reason. Councillor McNulty, can you please introduce that?
Yeah, thank you, Worship. 17 is the application by Mansfield Enterprise Limited for rezoning at 9371 and 9391 Francis Road from single detached RS 1C zone to the low density townhouse zone. The recommendation is to be introduced but given first, second, and third reading. And your worship, it follows all the statutes.
You're going to move that?
I move it, so move it.
Moved and seconded. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, your worship. It's going to allow us to do 9 townhome units with secondary suites and convertible units and vehicle access from Francis Road. It follows all the statutes that are required with the arterial road policy, and it should go forward. That's it.
Councillor, thanks. Councillor Wolf.
Thank you, your worship. I'm opposed to this development for a number of reasons. I'll briefly just outline. They are getting a variance to reduce the front yard setback, and sometimes in doing so, they provide more for the development or for the city. I think in this case they're not. We're losing 14 of the 16 trees, and one of them is a significant tree. And you think that if there were going to be a lost significant tree, there would be more to replace it. Instead, they're taking the 114 centimeter diameter at breast height out, and what's going to be in that location? Visitor parking stall number 2. You can see that on page 205. I don't think that is a good replacement. And they're not even putting all the trees that they're supposed to, according to our bylaw, on site. They only have room for 20 of the 28 they're supposed to be putting there. We also lose 4 to 5 city street trees, and we lose a front hedge. And there's not much good coming out of that. Thanks.
I just wanted noted that this application, you're taking 2 single-family lots, and there's going to be 9 house units with 1 secondary suite and 1 convertible unit on it. I was on a panel discussion at a housing summit this morning talking about the provincial government's plans. We have to face it, the pressure that the cities are under to develop housing units. And it has been brought to the province's attention that one of the victims of what's being done here is going to be the environment and the trees. And so far, I have no reason to believe that the province could care less about that. They want those housing units. And so I think it behooves us all to have these matters proceed and get the housing units, because the province expects nothing less. Councillor Glanders.
Thank you, Your Worship. I agree we need to do the density in this particular case, and in a lot of cases in Richmond where we have the opportunity to save a significant tree. I believe we should be doing height variances and building the extra units up higher and working around the significant trees. I hope we start doing that, and I will oppose the development for that reason.
Okay, so I'll call the question then. All those in favor? Those opposed is carried with Councillors Wolf and Glanders opposed. So that brings us to the items that were already off the consent agenda. Number 18 is the one that we've had all the discussion about, which is the supervised consumption site. And so I will go to Councillor Heed for that motion.
Thank you, Mayor.
This is a recommendation from the General Purposes Committee meeting on supervised consumption site. I'm going to read the 6 points of the motion slowly so everyone understands what motion is going forward. Number 1, that staff administer a practicability analysis to gauge the potential benefits and challenges of implementing a drug consumption site within the Richmond General Hospital precinct. This analysis will evaluate the impact on public safety, healthcare costs, and community perceptions, providing evidence-based recommendations for the successful implementation of a supervised drug consumption site to address the growing public health crisis related to acute drug addiction and overdose deaths. Number 2, that staff collaborate with Coastal Health as the authority responsible to fund and provide services on site. Both the provincial and federal governments, local healthcare providers, and community organizations in establishing the drug consumption site. This collaboration will ensure that individuals accessing these sites receive comprehensive care, including access to addiction treatment, harm minimization services, and counseling. Number 3, that staff recommend to council a process to establish a task force comprised of representatives from law enforcement, legal services, healthcare professionals, community organizations, and individuals with lived experience of drug addiction to develop guidelines, protocols, and best practices for the implementation of the drug consumption site, ensuring its effectiveness, acceptance, and safety. Number 4, that staff recommend to council the resources required for community education and awareness campaigns about supervised drug consumption sites. These campaigns will aim to dispel misconceptions, reduce stigma, and provide understanding of the public health benefits associated with these sites. Number 5, that staff recommend to council a monitoring and evaluation system to assess the effectiveness of the implementation of the drug consumption site. This system will collect data on overdose rates, healthcare utilization, and referrals to addiction treatment, allowing council to make an informed decision about the future of this site, and that staff develop a process to ensure that community concerns and perspectives are considered during the planning and implementation process. I move that, Mayor.
Hang on. Is it seconded? Moved and seconded. Okay, we'll go to Councillor Glanders.
Thank you. Thank you to everybody who came and spoke. There were some excellent speakers tonight. Everybody had good points, and we are absolutely hearing you and listening to you. And there seems to still be a basic fundamental misunderstanding of what we are proposing here. Many people said, we oppose the building of the site. We do not support you pushing this through. You can clearly see from the motion that we are asking for staff to analyze this, to look at evidence, to look at all the research, to talk to Vancouver Coastal Health about it. Nobody is pushing anything through. This is asking for consultation. What we have seen in our community in the last year, since Dr. Dewar said her statement that she didn't believe this was necessary in Richmond, is a huge increase in our homeless population. We got our community safety stats for the year last year. Our encampments, our homeless encampments went from 61 to 129 in 1 year. Our people living in vehicles and homeless went from 11 to 154. So because of these types of things, we are seeing increased drug use outside in our community. We had the provincial government bring in the decriminalization, which has made it more difficult for our enforcement to move people along and out of our public areas. We have responded. We've also seen overdose calls to service increase from 19 last year to 27 in 2023. So that is resources, fire and ambulances that are going and attending to overdose calls instead of being able to attend to other calls. So we're seeing an increase. We've seen people die in our community, 26 last year. I know people that have died. There's people in this room that have shared their tragic experiences of their loved ones dying. So we want to do something about this. We want to show the government that Richmond is willing to do anything it takes to improve the lives of the people of Richmond and to improve our public safety. And some of the things that we've done is we asked for our cold weather shelters to be open every night to help get people off the streets and into the shelters. We've approved 2 permanent housing sites so that people that are recovering from addiction have somewhere to live, and so that people in the temporary modular housing have somewhere to go when they transition out of there. And that's the reason why we extended the lease of it, is because we were securing a permanent site somewhere else. We've been working really hard. We pushed our RCMP and our community safety to work with the people in the encampments to find other places for them to go and to get them connected with support workers. And then we approved more support workers to be on the street working with addicts. So this is one more step where we say, hey, maybe we need a site inside the hospital. Please look at it, because we need to, when we tell people you can't use here, you need to go. I don't want public drug use. I don't like public drug use. One of the main reasons I don't like public drug use is because people who are recovering from addiction have to walk by it, and it's not safe because they might relapse being triggered. That's one reason, okay? And it's also for our children. I don't want to normalize drug use. I'm very interested in what's happening at St. Paul's Hospital in Vancouver. There is a supervised consumption site there. There's the Rapid Access Clinic, and there's the Road to Recovery program, which our current provincial government, not the last provincial government, but the current provincial government has expanded, and it's going up to 75 beds, including 20 transitional beds and 50 permanent supportive housing after they finish detox. So this type of a site can be a direct place for people to get the help that they need. And we're coming to the table saying, you know, we want more help for our people, and we want to keep Richmond beautiful and safe for everybody. So that's what we're doing. That's what we want to do. The evidence shows, you know, that there were some studies quoted tonight that say that supervised consumption sites are not effective. That study was retracted. The only study, the largest study that is peer reviewed that it still stands, was done on Insight, that shows scientifically, factually, that there was no encouragement or increase in drug use, no honeypot, so-called honeypot effect that was mentioned tonight, and that users who use the site are more likely to access detox, drug replacement therapy, and treatment if they use the site than if they don't. So these are the types of evidence that we want to see. There was also many comparisons tonight made to an overdose prevention site in Yaletown. This is not what we were proposing. Overdose prevention sites like the one in Yaletown are peer supported. So there's no professionals there. and that's been associated with increased drug activity in the area. This is a place where, dealers will come, people will use, they'll watch each other, make sure they don't overdose. This is not what we're talking about. We are talking about health care, which would be implemented by our coastal health, which would get an exemption from the federal government. This process takes years. They are very difficult to establish. An overdose prevention site can be set up in weeks. What we're asking our staff to start collaborating with health authorities on is a process that takes several years to get approved. Nothing is getting built in Richmond without extensive consultation. The Vancouver Coastal Health, if after the analysis, with our staff and through their professional means decides that this is something we need in Richmond, they will start their application, which has many layers of community consultation. And it takes years. So we've just said we're coming to the table with looking at all the pillars. We want prevention, we want enforcement. We've asked if our police officers can start enforcing anything that they see that's over, when people are pushing drugs or selling drugs on the street, even if it's under 2.5 grams, we can enforce that. We are following up on stuff like this. We are looking at enforcement.
Okay, that is enough.
And one more comment. I'm just going to make one more comment before I wrap it up here. I've heard many people say that they would support recovery and more recovery centers. So I just want to mention that the last time we had a huge community outcry that filled the place like this was many years ago when we were trying to approve a support treatment recovery house in Richmond to treat people with addiction. And that house has treated hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of men to enter them into long-term recovery in Richmond. And that was opposed heavily by people in this community. And it has caused no problems. So I trust that when we build more recovery facilities, that I will not see anybody coming to protest against those. Thank you.
Councillor Wolf.
Thank you, Your Worship. I really value the process, and just to start off, the process was not sped up or secret in any way. This is the way things are done here. So Councillor Heed and Councillor Glanders brought this forward in the timely manner. We discussed it at committee, and we now got it tonight at council. So that's the way of doing things. It really has had about 2 weeks of notice that it's been on agendas and that it's coming. The challenge with this process is the jurisdictional mess. I ran in 10 elections before getting elected, federal, provincial. I was on a public health board for 6 years to help me understand what levels of government do what and who owns what, who provides what services. It's not easy to learn overnight or in any short time. So I don't fault anyone for not coming here understanding what you're asking. We're not the one government that decides and does everything. We're a very small piece. I am in the age bracket of the highest risk category, white male in his 40s. And I'm aware of people in my network who have died. Many come from people who I was in high school with, people who I played sports with, neighbors, friends, and I think there's lots of connection that people have shared that brought their passion and emotions to this meeting, and I echo some of those. I have 2 young children, a 4-year-old and a 5-month-old. What will the world look like for them? The drug toxicity levels have only been going up, so I would assume that the drugs in the future are going to be even stronger and even more fatal to the first-time users of the drugs. And so I am concerned about the world that we're going to be going into. And so I think there are means that we can take now to set up features and services that might assist those future people who fall into drug use. Also, as a teacher, I teach Biology 12, which you teach the science of what drugs do to people's brains. And it can not even be a physical drug that people take that can have effects on their brains. We're a chemistry set inside of us, and it's incredible what we have been teaching. But what's on the street now is at a whole other level that we don't even fully understand how how destructive it is to our natural homeostasis processes in our body. Almost done here. I'd like to highlight that we are in a region of the world. Our geography places us right now in a center of movement of goods. If you want siding for your house or a new car, then it's going to have to get shipped here. The airport, the ports, there's going to be stuff coming and going for a long time, and in many of those containers are going to be the hard drugs. So there's no end in sight. What we can do is mitigate the worst case scenario, which is all of us dying of drugs, by, yes, learning about prevention and choosing personally, if you can, to not ever take drugs. But as we're getting a widened gap between the rich and the poor, we're going to have more middle-class individuals fall off that and end up having, for example, a lack of dental care and having extreme pain in their gums. And if they can't afford the medication or they can't access a dentist, sometimes you take things to numb the pain. And in cases of what you can get your hands on because the pain is so extreme, that will lead more people down this path. We are in, and I'll just conclude with, we heard about Dr. Dewar, our medical health officer last year, what she said. Well, just last week, February 5th, she did write to Mayor and Council saying that she supports the 6 points that were read out that are going forward, and I'll just read one of her lines here. I look forward to supporting the recommended analysis in order to identify a range of solutions that may be appropriate to our local context. Well, what is that range of solutions? It wasn't created by us at this table. It is the Vancouver Coastal Health building a provincial system of care. What we've heard a lot of comments on the 75 speakers or so was the harm reduction column here. A lot of negativity towards what's in here. One of these, just one of the parts of this, is supervised consumption sites. And it's connected, it's not isolated, they all flow and work together. And I am in support of it. Thank you.
All right, Councillor Au. Just a minute, just hang on a second. There you go, Councillor Au.
Yeah, Worship, I would like to move a procedural motion to table this motion. That is not to vote on it until another time.
All right, that's not debatable, and I'll call the question on tabling this motion.
Can I get the reasons?
No, there's no debate on it. If you give reasons, others want to debate it. So, with that, all those in favor of tabling this motion? All those opposed? So that is defeated with all the councillors except Councillor Au, Councillor Liu opposed. Go ahead.
Oh, I will reserve my comments later.
No, this is your chance.
Okay. So first of all, I'd like to thank all the people who come out tonight to express your opinions, whether or not you are for or against the motion. I know that it takes a lot of courage to do that. And I know many of you might be speaking to a crowd, to council for the first time. So this is very difficult for many of you. But you take the step to get out of your comfort zone and tell us what is in your mind, either way. So I congratulate you for that. In the last week, I've been stopped by people on the streets, in the restaurants, in the shopping centers, and many, many more places. and people spoke to me either for and against of the motion. I thank them for giving me their insights. And those are the people who are reluctant to speak to council openly with some fear. And I'm concerned that people who are coming or who have come to us in the last 2 days have been labeled as being misled or being misinformed. From the presentation being made in the last 2 nights, I was deeply impressed. I talked to some of my members of council. I talked to my family saying that those people who came to speak to us in the last 2 days were smarter than I am. They're informed. They have done their homework. They know what they're talking about. And they are not being misled by anybody. I think what we have heard in the last 2 nights, loud and clear, is that people are asking for more consultation. They felt that they have been left out. They have not been informed ahead of time about this motion, about the implication of what's going on. And I really liked one of the suggestions being made last night by one of the members of the public, asking for an 8-week consultation. I think that's a great idea. Why do we need to rush through this motion at this time? Now, I'm concerned that if we rush through this motion tonight, it's going to divide our community even further. It's obvious from the comments being made in the last 2 nights that we are divided in opinions. And people are speaking with strong emotions and with firm grounds. And many of the people speaking to us felt that we have a democratic process in Canada, and that's why they are coming to Canada. And if we do not give enough attention to what they have said, and let them believe that what they presented to us will make a difference with an impact, we are failing them. We're just telling them that, go home. You are not being listened to. What you're going to tell us are not important. Now, I think once the community is divided, it's very difficult to heal. Once the trust is being eroded, it's very difficult to rebuild. It takes a long time to build trust and support for the city. And if this is being eroded, I don't know how we can recover and how we can get back the trust that people once have on us. I think the statement being made by Premier David Eby this afternoon was enlightening. Basically, he's saying that the Vancouver Coastal Health people are scratching their head, wondering why this is being brought forth at this time. What was the urgency? Why was it being suggested at this time? So they're scratching their heads. They've already made sure that we understand this is not their priority. And again, I believe that they are very occupied by the redevelopment of the hospital site. And I don't believe that they have any space before 2028, when the first phase of development is being completed, that they have any space to consider for this site. So why is the urgency? I think they are stretching their head, and I think we are. If this is the case, we know that they are not prepared, that they don't have the space for at least a number of years. My question is, why do we waste our staff time to do a practicability study, knowing that nothing will happen, nothing will come close to be meaningfully discussed? So why waste our time stepping on the jurisdictions of another institution? The Vancouver Coast Health have their jurisdiction. The City Council has our own. The city has its own jurisdiction. I wonder how pleased we will be if another institution coming to us and telling us what we have to do. So is it fair for us to tell Vancouver Coast Health, this is what you have to do? Before I close, I want to mention, I'm going to relate a message that was given to me by a member of the public who was reluctant to come and speak to all of us. You might remember that I used the analogy last time, saying that the drug in the drug consumption site is a maintenance program. It's just like people are falling into the water. We just give them a life jacket. We are not pulling them out of the water. We are not having measures to prevent people from falling into the water. We are just giving them life jackets to keep them afloat. And sooner or later, they will sink. And one of the members of the public stopped me and said that he had a better analogy. Now, it's not my analogy. I'm just a messenger. Don't kill the messenger, okay? He said, another analogy is that people, or some people, are playing with matches at home. It's a risky behavior. And we are telling them, okay, we have a better place for you to play with matches. Come to my site. I got sprinklers. I got a team of firefighters to let you play with matches. And if once there's a fire, don't worry. You know, we have all kinds of measures to put off the fire. And you will be safe. And the building will be safe. Well, I think this is something an analogy that we can think about. So in closing, I would ask, just like what I mentioned before, that we postpone or put a pause to this process, allow time for meaningful engagement and consultation with the people, let people feel that they are being listened to. We have addressed the concerns before we make a decision. But if this is not going to be the case, I hope that we can vote against this motion so that people will feel that we have taken their presentations seriously. Thank you.
No. Okay. Do you want us to clear the room? Is that what you want? Because that's what we're going to do if you do that once more. Okay? Do you understand that? We'll go to Councillor Day.
Thank you very much, Mayor.
There you go. Oh,
I did have my button.
there you are.
Is it on now? Yeah. Okay, good, thank you. First of all, I want to say thank you very much to Mayor Brody, who has had a very difficult job chairing these meetings, and I think he's been a very good leader. Okay, so Councillor Au says we need more consultation. I agree. Read the motion. 1 is the proposal. 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 are all consultation, all of them. So we're doing it. Councillor Au says, don't tell Vancouver Coast Health Authority what to do. Well, it's our job as Richmond City Councilors to represent all of the people of Richmond. And we've heard loud and clear from people who've lived over by modular housing. There's too many homeless people. They're doing drugs in front of my apartment. I have to step over them when I go into my garage. We heard you. We really heard you. So that's why I believe, and Councillor He can speak to this later, he brought forward this motion to get those people out of the parking garages and the front door and by the doggy park and all that. So that's why we did that. Councillor Rao said that we don't wait till the fire, don't go play with matches and then we'll put out the fire when it starts. Well, why don't we just not have the fire, you know? Let's help people get the education that they need and the support that they need and the counseling that they need. And that's why the motion says that that's exactly what we're doing. We're going to get people into treatment. But we sent out a press release because there was so much going on out there. People were, getting very upset about this. And I read the motion. And I'm trying to understand what the problem is. But the motion, the press release said that we're only sharing an expression of support for Vancouver Coast Health Authority, and we will let them decide because they are the medical professionals with, doctor degrees and counseling degrees, if it's feasible. And to be honest, I don't think that it will be feasible because as I read Dr. Darwa's letter, now that's our Chief Medical Health Officer, she says, while Richmond local health area has the lowest rate of drug toxicity deaths in BC, the numbers have stabilized and are slowly going down. But each death represents a profound loss of a young life, unimaginable grief for the friends and family. We can and should continue to do more to keep people safe as they navigate their illness. This is an illness. So I couldn't understand why so many people have come forward and are so upset. But then I went online and I found out what people are reading. Rally against the Richmond Injection House. What? Where does it say that in the motion? We've lost the war on drug injection house. Rally cry for our next battle. Battle? We're all here to talk. We're all here to work together. I'm here to hear you. Strangle the proposal in the cradle. What? We Chinese must not be political zombies. That was on the website for Smile Vancouver. I was shocked. I immediately started reaching out to everybody that wrote to Mayor and Council, and I provided them data like the crime statistics. I provided them what is legal and illegal drug use in Richmond and the entire province. And I got back unbelievable emails. Oh, you support this, you're a drug dealer. Really? I've worked hard for this community for 9 years, and I have helped do so many different projects. I say yes to drugs are no good. I say yes that treatment must happen to cure people. I say yes to the hospital improvements and help lobby for our new hospital. And I say no to the social divide that some people in this room created. And you know what? Shame on you. Today I went to a conference, and everyone at that conference, cities across BC, were lobbying for help with the drug crisis. They all want to do something to stop the way drugs are coming into Vancouver, but it's not easy when you've got YVR. And they all wanted to support any kind of education we can do. As a school trustee, I basically helped do, you could put that money down, son. Thank you very much. That's disrespectful.
Kick him out. Kick him out.
At any rate, today I learned that the province and the federal government are here to help us. They're providing funding for everything from housing to complex issues. But we can't be afraid as a council to ask hard questions. Years ago, I voted to have an RCMP review. Are we getting the best bang for our buck with the RCMP? I lobbied to expand the hospital, and I lobbied to, all of council hired more police officers to stop the drugs from coming in. We also asked the police to deal with things like gang issues. We also asked the police to create the DARE program, which educates kids in the schools. We have the lowest drug overdose rate in British Columbia. Why is that? Because all of these 9 people have worked hard to keep Richmond safe. Can we all be grown-ups, please? At any rate, I'm here to tell you that what has happened in the last 2-3 days is just sad. We're a wonderful community, and I've worked with so many people from every background over the last number of years, and I hope we can get back to a place where we can all be nice to each other again. Thank you.
All right, Councillor Liu.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you all for coming out last night and tonight and expressing your views. I know we're all concerned about the drug crisis and the toll it's taking on families and on our community. And this council's been concerned, and this past summer we did invite the public health officer to come and talk to us and give us an update on the situation from the health delivery perspective and explore what else we could be doing. So this past summer, on July 4th, Dr. Dawer came before the General Purposes Committee to talk to council about the toxic drug supply and what's being done in Richmond to combat it. She told us we have about 12% of the population in Vancouver Coastal Health and represent about 1% of the drug addicted. She went on to explain that a safe consumption site is not coming to Richmond in the near future because our numbers do not justify it. We have ones, but that doesn't mean we've exhausted our options. We've been successful in getting a number of programs in Richmond in the past few years. We got the CAR 80, the Yankee 30, the Foundry, the Ann Vogel Clinic, the Lighthouse Virtual Substance Use Clinic. And with council and community support, we can get more programs to help people and keep them safe without destroying neighborhoods. The motion before us is overly prescriptive. It specifically asks for a safe consumption site, and the bulk of the motion talks as though it has already been approved and is ready for business. I hear you. I hear your concerns. We've already been told by our public health officer we're not getting one. Guy Felicella, he spoke to us last night, but he also spoke to council in the summer and agreed that our numbers don't warrant a safe consumption site. There are already supervised consumption sites in Richmond, and deaths have occurred on or near those premises. The motion asks for a safe consumption site to be located at the hospital precinct. Right now, our hospital is currently a construction site. The demolition is slated to take until the end of the year, and the construction plan has not even been put forward yet. While the new hospital tower could accommodate a new service, it won't be done for years and is not necessarily where users will want to go to access services. Apparently, there is a difference between a safe consumption site, which is what the motion is proposing, and an overdose prevention site. Well, I don't know about you, but I'm a lay person, and it's really hard to watch what's happening in Portland, San Francisco, Victoria, and Yaletown, and imagine what the motion being proposed is different from what we see in those places.
Excuse me, we need a motion to go past 11 o'clock.
Second.
All those in favor, post carried.
Okay.
Go ahead, sorry.
If there is a distinction, it should have been made in the report. The community should not be left flailing in the wind trying to understand the nuance of what is being proposed. I received a letter yesterday from someone who's trying to build a project in Victoria. Good morning, Alexa. I just heard on the radio that you have a safe injection site at council tonight. I do not know where it is proposed, but I must share my opinion. City of Victoria opened a safe injection site just west of Vancouver Street on Pandora. This is next to a social food services program and next to a property that I have now started construction on. This inclusion in this hood has destroyed what was once a growing neighborhood. Retail has left. Save On Foods has to have uniformed security helping people to their cars. Our on-site staff have administered Narcan 11 times. They have had to accept the death of 6 people they have been working on. Our video cameras have provided footage to police for a murder by gun, a couple stabbings, and a month ago we had to leave our trailers because pepper spray was being sprayed in the window. Our nighttime security guard is locked in our trailer at night and is advised not to leave nor attend any incidents. Just call the police. The concrete drivers refuse to come back to the site unless we can supply them with security. We are paying for mental health counseling for our staff and trades. Now, without any public consultation, Island Health has opened a safe inhalation facility right next door to our 300-unit rental. Alexa, this is a disaster. The save all lives at any cost is not working. And the more cities that stand against this treatment, the stronger the message will be to end this insanity and start forced long-term treatment. If this goes ahead, the users will migrate to your location and set up camp. Sorry, I'm just providing my experience for Richmond's benefit. So instead of proposing that staff perform an analysis to identify a range of solutions that would be appropriate here in Richmond, the request was very prescriptive and sounds more like a done deal. It's asking for a safe consumption site. The wording was meant to be inflammatory and has divided our community. I'm disappointed with this motion. We could have got the conversation going around the 4 pillars: harm reduction, prevention, treatment, and enforcement without triggering everyone in our community. We could have had the analysis performed without dividing the community. We can all agree there's a problem. We can agree that we want more to do more for the people that are suffering. And with a proper analysis, we could agree on what more is and move forward as a community rather than fighting amongst ourselves. Maybe you say this isn't political. I disagree. We know the numbers don't support a site, and rather than putting forward a motion that the community could come together on, it's just sown division and discord. There is a toxic drug crisis that is affecting us here in Richmond. If this motion fails, I will put forward a motion for staff to perform an analysis to identify a range of solutions that may be appropriate to our local context. These include drug prevention, drug treatment, and improving harm reduction services. Exploration of feasibility, will it work? Acceptability, will they come? And funding models are important and should be undertaken in partnership with the clients, the service providers, and relevant public sector partners, including the loss prevention departments of our large retailers who have been facing a lot of the brunt of what's happening in our neighborhoods. You've all been to the big box stores and seen how they've had to harden the stores. There's turnstiles, there's security, and there's people stealing, and the prices are going up. We do need support for an assessment. There needs to be peer input, for clients to have input. There's no point building something that is not actually for the intended audience. We need support for the conversation around drug use and expanding supports in the community. Drug addiction is a health issue, like diabetes and other diseases that require long-term adherence to a program. We don't want to see people using in stairwells. We want to see them get better and get their lives back, not just hidden away. And right now, there's a 2-year wait list for a psychiatrist in Richmond. So when someone comes forward looking for help, they have to wait an impossibly long time, possibly self-medicating with street drugs waiting for treatment. Our current model of the open-air asylum is inhumane. People deserve better. When someone's ready to go into detox, there needs to be a bed available for them. If home-based detox doesn't work, that's what we're doing now for people in Richmond, then we need to be advocating for treatment that is effective. We want drug users to be able to access overdose prevention services, but this doesn't have to be in a standalone safe consumption site. There are a variety of ways this service is already being provided in our community, and there are more options that could be offered in our community. Thank you.
No. Councillor Hobbs.
Thanks, and through the chair. Well, first, I do want to acknowledge that we had many people come out and speak on 2 nights, and I do thank everybody, regardless of what your opinion or what your position was. I do really value people exchanging their ideas in a respectful way, and I think for the most part we were able to do that. I'll just make a little editorial comment from my own point of view. The real challenge isn't being respectful when somebody agrees with you. That's easy. What's really a challenge is being respectful and understanding and empathetic when somebody has a different view from you. And I think we did a good job of listening to one another speak. So I appreciate that, and we should try to continue that as we go forward. At the core of this issue, I heard many people on all sides of the issue explain that they believed it was primarily a health issue. There are, of course, other things related to it, like disorder, sometimes crime, but primarily it is a health issue. And I think a lot of people, regardless of their position, expressed a lot of empathy for people who have suffered tragedies or are going through hell on earth trying to deal with their own addiction or people in their family. the word safe, I kind of object. I've seen the signs. Thank you. The word safe, I don't really support the use of that word. It's a supervised setting is what it is, and a supervised consumption site is just that. Drugs are inherently dangerous, so I don't think the word safe is the appropriate one to use. There are benefits to the community with such a facility. Some of them are a benefit to the individual. Some of them can be a benefit to the community with regard to taking people off the street. The potential and the experience can actually be less drug use in public spaces, and we've heard some people discuss that. There's also the reduction of deaths. There's a reduction of spreading disease, and of course, preventing overdoses. One of the things that is a benefit as well is connecting people to the different services. We seem to talk about the 4 pillars like they're all separate silos, and they're not. The problem with this has been over the last 20-something years, and I've been fairly involved in it in the past couple decades, is that the pillars have not been funded or resourced equally. And I've actually often likened it to a 4-piston motor where the pistons work independently, but they all work together. And the pillars have not been funded, and that has been a bit of a problem. But it does connect people with mental health. It connects people with housing. It connects people with healthcare. It connects people with medical trained people, such as nurses who are on site. It also provides access to housing. And what it really is it can be, not for everybody, but it can be a pathway off that kind of highway of addiction and a destructive life. And not every addict, not every addicted person will use a safe consumption site, and not every addict that uses it will use it 100% of the time. So it's not a panacea, it's not a one-size-fits-all, it's not a magic solution to anything, but it is one part of a large puzzle that's all interconnected, and you've heard people talk about that. It's one piece of a puzzle. It's not the answer. I did work in the downtown east side. I was kind of adding up the years, and I worked at Main and Hastings for probably 12 or 13 years of my career. I've seen a lot. I've seen a lot of death, seen a lot of tragedy. I've been exposed to what families have gone through from the point of view of a first responder. I also have some experience in my personal life and with people I know and with friends. I've seen people succumb in the worst ways to their addictions, and I've seen people who have been able to overcome their addiction with a lot of help, actually. And the help comes from different places, but this is one of the places that it can come from. The downtown east side has been referred to a lot. There are a lot of consumption sites, and the downtown east side gets an inordinate amount of attention because it's always on the media, and it is the one that you really hear about a lot and almost exclusively in our media market. I just have to say, the downtown east side is not coming to Richmond. It's virtually impossible to do that if you look at the history of the downtown east side, and the marvelous history of Chinatown is attached to that as well. It's a deep history, a long history, historical buildings, SROs, a working class neighborhood, not necessarily poverty, but kind of working class people, now inflicted with poverty. You go through the 30s, Prohibition, there's all kinds of issues that happen there, and corruption, and Prohibition was its own issue. World War II, you get through it, you get the heroin addiction leading up through the 60s and 70s, and then the switch over to PCP, angel dust, cocaine, crack cocaine was devastating, and now we're into a situation where we have even more deadly drugs. Fentanyl. I have to refer to my notes just to make sure I get the magnitude, but fentanyl is 50 times more powerful than heroin and 100 more times more powerful than morphine. So when people talk about the number of deaths going up, that can be factually accurate, but you have to put it in context. The problem is fentanyl, and carfentanil is even worse, the cross-contamination of drugs is making it extremely deadly for people. So you need to really interpret the data, and I'd have to do more work on this myself. But the fact that deaths are going up does not mean something is a failure. The fact of the matter is the drugs are so toxic now that more people are dying. And it's not necessarily attributable to a failure of a certain site. It's just that the challenge is so great. So the 4 pillars of prevention, harm reduction, enforcement, and treatment, we've talked about that a lot. They are not mutually exclusive. As a matter of fact, they're completely interdependent. And actually, they're kind of a simplified version because there's more to it than that. As I said, this is one piece of the puzzle. It's not a magic solution. The 4 pillars have not been applied equally or funded equally or resourced equally. That's another problem. Of course, treatment is a key. But we don't have enough treatment beds in BC or in Canada. That's just a fact. We do not have the resources there. A consumption site, not a magic solution, but it is one of the ways to get people into treatment. And I've heard it said that if somebody's dead, you can't get them into treatment. That's kind of brutal, but it's true. The motion is about, really, at its core, getting more information, conducting more analysis, having more consultation, dealing with the governments and the powers that be that actually get to make this decision, the feds, the province, and Vancouver Coastal Health. It's about getting more information, doing more research, and involving the community. And as has been mentioned here, this is not going to happen overnight. Nothing's getting built. No decisions being made. What's happening is we are starting to engage stakeholders to see if this is something that is appropriate for Richmond or will work in Richmond. And all of you in this room and people that aren't in this room, including people last night, will have the opportunity to engage in that process and have your voices heard. So it's a long process. My personal opinion is I don't think we'll know for a few years. That's how long I think the process will be, and it could be longer. So I will be supporting this because in the end, what it is about is having a conversation and looking for solutions to what our country has declared and our province has declared as a crisis. And it is an emergency. And so I hope that we can move forward, as one person said a long time ago, with charity for all and malice towards none. So thank you for participating.
Councillor McNulty.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. I'm going to make just a few comments. I'm going to not regurgitate what's already there. First of all, a sincere thank you to each and every one of you that came out last night and tonight. I respect each and every one of your opinions, and I wrote notes down because everybody had something valuable to say, no matter what the comment was. And you were all sincere in your comments. And I hope, and I respect every comment that was made, and I hope you'll respect the comments that I may make tonight. First of all, I want to say I'm not going to throw anybody under the bus.
Just a minute. The guy with the money, put it away. Got it? Put it away. Put it away or leave. Sorry, excuse me.
I'm not going to throw anybody under the bus. I'm not going to make accusations. I think we're all sincere up here. I just remind people, it's amazing, but the vote last week was 8-1 to pursue. Just remember that, 8-1. Amazing how things change up here. By the way, I'm not a mayoral candidate. I'm not running for mayor, so it's okay. I'd just like to put things in perspective, and I'm not going to pontificate on things. I want to talk about the reality of Richmond. I haven't lost touch with the community. I've only been around for 32 years. I kind of think I know what's going on in Richmond. We've got Brighouse Park. Many of you complained about the Brighouse Park. Cheryl Lynn's over there. She's just come off detox. Got herself straight for 2 months. Had coffee with me in the cafeteria here. Bought her some fruit. She's doing her best. We have a drug issue. We have a crisis. We have a crisis in Richmond and British Columbia. Councillor Hobbs mentioned it. Yes, we have a crisis, and we're trying to deal with it. We have a crisis over in Elmridge Park. Mr. Jang, sorry, I want to try to mitigate everything I can. We have a crisis at South Arm. We have a crisis at Smith Crescent. We have a crisis in our modular homes. We have a crisis over in Home Depot. These are reality, folks. This is your neighborhood in your backyard. You go there, I go. Drugs are reality today. Many years ago, I brought, and some people brought in some good comments about education. I was a counselor at McGee Secondary when we brought in drug and alcohol counselors in to work with our kids. I dealt with kids that were on, at that time, cocaine, heroin, amphetamines. Now it's fentanyl and whatever else you can mix with it. And we were able to recover and we were able to save lives. I don't worry about monuments and buildings and stuff. I worry about people. I worry about you. I work like hell to keep safeguarding your community, adding firemen, policemen, ambulance people. And we are now hiring outreach workers to deal with some of our drug problems. Council supported that. All of us did. And I thank them for it. We're trying to keep people alive. 26 we've lost in Richmond. One too many. Not 26 too many, one too many. I used to cry when we lost kids through traffic accidents in McGee. On Friday night, kids I coached in rugby and what have you came to Richmond and had a party. And they hit the only abutment on Stevenson Highway, and we had a funeral for him. I had 9 students like that. I know what it's like to feel pain with people you're working with. 9 students, 17 years old. What we had on the table today, and I apologize, probably, but we're trying to do something. The other levels of government, yeah, it's great to say, yeah, Richmond doesn't need this, doesn't need that. We will need it. It's coming. Be prepared, because we can't keep up with it. What Councillor Heed put together, and I said last week, please read every word and every line to know what it is. Analyze to gauge. Compile for information. Investigative. Analysis. Not necessarily to establish. Nobody said we were doing anything, or Vancouver. We were requesting. Exploratory. Community education and awareness. Process to involve the community. Collaborate in establishing. Those are the words in that thing. You have to read it very carefully of what's happening. And as far as I'm concerned, I think in a way it was just, it may come across way, and people took it the wrong way. We need to discuss the issue. We need to reach out. We need to tackle the problem. We can't do it individually. We need unity to deal with the drug abuse in our community, the homelessness and the poverty. Council can't do it alone. We need to work with the community. And I ask for your help and your support. I'm not finished yet. Thank you very much. I asked for respect. I guess I didn't get it. Did we handle it well? I don't know. You'll be the judge of that. But we must try. And we must try to continue. So with that, obviously, your worship, some people don't want me to continue on. So thank you very much for your efforts. And we'll continue to deal with this problem in the best way that we can.
Okay, thank you. And just before I go back to Councillor Heed for the last word as the mover of the motion, there's just a few, very few points that I want to make, but I don't think it can be emphasized enough what we're talking about here And it's the plain wording of this resolution is an investigation. People have said we're setting up a site and we're doing this and we're doing that. We're investigating the possibility of having Vancouver Coastal Health set up a program and to fund that program. Now, I'll just focus on a couple of the remarks that have been made in terms of the speeches here. First of all, to compare our situation to Victoria is if you're familiar with Victoria, it is a nightmare over there. And so whatever this letter was from this guy in Victoria, for them to blame all the challenges they've got on a safe consumption site, whatever the circumstances are, it just doesn't seem possible. And reference has been made to timing. Once we get a new hospital tower, all kinds of things can be designed and built into the place to deal with various issues, not just this one, but all kinds of issues. But if they want to get a program going before that, and it would, in the best of circumstances or the worst, depending on how you look at it, it would still be years away. They can put a portable on the hospital site if that is justified. So to get the ball rolling now, we're thinking way far into the future as to what the needs are now, but what are the needs going years out? I'm convinced of just a couple things. That if this came to fruition, if the investigation bore out and there was a safe consumption site which was set up, more people are going to get treatment, more drugs are going to be tested, it's going to be done, those drugs which are now legal will be done in a more safer way, and in the end, fewer people are going to die. And that's why I will support this. Though I do hear what has been told to me, and yeah, it's a difficult situation. We'll go to Councillor Heed for final words.
Thank you, Mayor, and certainly your leadership has been outstanding this week, Mayor. I just wanted to credit you for that. And many councillors here, I'm very, very proud of them. Not all of them, but most of them. And I'm proud of you. Okay, this is a very passionate subject matter. I've been through this before in Vancouver. Yes, I did take some personal attacks, but you know what? I think I've got calluses all over my back anyhow, so I can understand that. But as we move forward, and as it's been articulated today and it's articulated in the motion, there will be engagement. There absolutely will be engagement. So your concerns, I'm sure, with the amount of people that will be involved will be addressed to the best we can. And public safety is paramount. I'm one to tell you right now, it absolutely is. I'm not going to belabor what has already been said here, but I do want to say a couple of things. There are a couple of surprises here. You all, or most of you, kept your positions, if not all of you kept your positions. Councillor Au, from day one, although I will talk about some of the things that occurred earlier, but I was surprised, and I just want to correct Councillor Liu here, because she is the one that surprises me. She voted differently on this in committee, and I respect that she's changed her mind, but at no time did she bring any of these concerns forward to me. She has a lack of understanding after it's been explained several times, the difference between an overdose prevention site and a supervised consumption site. She still alludes that we have 2 supervised consumption sites in Richmond. We don't have any. We have 2 overdose prevention sites, which has been explained to you. It's completely different. And she has heard me several times say that. She says we've got minimal harms. 26 people died. Is she not at all concerned with respect to the 26 people that died? We know she has political aspirations.
Yeah, we got to stay to the issues, Counselor. Stay to the issue.
I just want to make mention of the fact that you can go on all you want. I just want to make mention to the fact that Councillor Au, very stead.
Put it away. Put it away. Yeah, please carry on.
Just want to make mention, very steadfast in his position. You know, we know some people have a different approach on democracy than others do, and certainly that's the way we operate here. Councillor Au, his data is different from a lot of ours, and you know, that's respectful. There's been over, and I think Councillor Galander's talked about 40 peer-reviewed disrespectful. The data that's been put out there, the metaphors you use, yes, we've heard all those metaphors before off the internet. But I can tell you,
I suggest let's just call the question.
Call the question, Mayor.
Okay, we're going to call the question on the motion. Okay, all those in favor?
Speaking her mind.
Councillors, all in favor? I've called the question. All in favor? Those opposed? It is carried with Councillor Au and Councillor Liu opposed. That brings us to the next item on the agenda, number 19. Councillor McNulty, if you could please introduce it.
Okay, the next item, Your Worship, is an application by Lansdowne Phase 1 Limited Partnership for rezoning at 5300 Number 3 Road from an automobile-orientated commercial zone to the residential limited commercial zone ZMU 55 Lansdowne Village Zone. And
don't just let it go.
Can I? The committee recommendation is that the official committee pen on bylaw 7100 amendment bylaw 10523 to amend section 2.23 map of the pedestrian environment map 231 section 2.5.1 map entitled a base living for landscape map section 2.6 map base level parks and open space 2031 subsection 2.6.3C map entitled pedestrian linkage map for 3.1.3C pedestrian linkage map entitled designated green linear park linear map section 3.3.2 special precinct 2.0 plan entitled special precinct character areas and major park and public open space.
Just summarize what's on the agenda.
All right, to move and be identified in the OCP along the west side of Colton Street, be introduced and given first reading, and that the bylaw 10523 meets all the constituents and bylaws that we have. And we're found that we don't need further consultation, and that the zoning bylaw 105.2.1 is to give the residential commercial ZM 55 at Lansdowne Village be introduced and given first reading, and it will include the 3 amendments as well.
That would be the items in the staff report.
In the staff report.
Yeah.
So I would move them all and give first reading.
Okay, moved and seconded, go ahead.
I think it's straightforward, Your Worship. We've had considerable discussion. I do have a follow-up resolution after to put the Lansdowne area forward, and the benefits of what what the city is getting are all limited, and I know members of council were getting affordable housing, we're getting market, and Lemur. We're also getting some strata units, and I think with that, there's a park involved, linear park, trailways. We're getting 55,000 square feet, hopefully with a building, and it'll be used for community purposes, so that when you look at the whole thing, I think that it can go forward at this time. In subsequent applications, obviously we'll be negotiating some other things in it. So I'll let other members of committee and council have words. We are getting funds. There is a tree program of what they're doing and how they're handling that, and I think that's straightforward, and I think that what we're doing is the best we can at this late hour. So I'll leave it at that.
All right. Okay, we'll go to Councillor Day.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. This is what we're getting, is a big box. And I passed out just now an example of some really cool architecture that has previously been built in Richmond. The reason I bring it up is because Lansdowne to me is the crown jewel of Richmond, and I would really like to see something a little more creative than just a plain box. The other thing I wanted to point out is that this has been referred back many times. In February 8th, 2021, it was referred back to discuss the park size, possible school, market rental policies. Then it was referred back on February 3rd from the Planning Committee to talk about increasing the rentals. It was, and public school and the family-friendly housing. Then November 27th, it was referred back again, and it came back this time with 29 amendments to, and one of the things we talked about in committee was maybe we could increase the height and get more rental housing, which is what we really need in Richmond. There's such a shortage. And so I'm wondering why we couldn't do something more like what we're doing over at Richmond Center, which there's 2 levels of parking underground, and then we go for a higher density and have the parking down underground to just give us more room. And what I worry about is with this configuration where we've got 1,041 units coming, but only a small portion of those are Lemur and affordable renting units. And in the past, like for example, in 2023, our speculation and vacancy tax was $8.7 million. And I'm just worried that these condos are sold to speculators as opposed to actually being occupied. And that's why I understand it's been a long process, but I'm unhappy about a couple things. One, I'm not convinced that people are actually going to live in them. I want to see more suites. I'd also like to see the linear park revisited. It goes from number 3 road to Garden City almost, and it's 14.5 meters long. If we move that green space into the center park, we could have a much nicer park, and maybe kids could even play soccer there. I'm also worried about losing 11 trees on the Alderbridge Boulevard. These are city trees on our boulevard. I just don't understand why we're doing that. And apparently we're going to get $21,000 tree compensation fund. But really, the big one is if you look at the Housing Needs Report of 2021, it states that we need 9,200 units between 2021 and 2026. And after attending UBCM today and hearing loud and clear that we have to squeeze every rental unit that we can get out of every development, I really feel that I can't support this at this time. Now, we did get a memo. We asked for 3-bedroom units. We got them. They put 10 3-bedroom units in, but we lost 8 2-bedroom units. So for that, I can't support it.
All right. Councillor Wolf, please be aware of the time.
Yeah, I was cut short on the last talking opportunity, so I'm going to use this one. Yeah, I've been opposed to the Lansdowne development all along. I'm the only one who voted against the February 8th, 2021 at council, and the only one opposed at the public hearing on March 15th, 2021. And for many reasons, I'm not going to get into them all right now. I'll just highlight some of the most important ones that are so relevant to what's about to happen today. We should have had packed house to discuss this item as well. It's incredible that it's been moved along. I would almost feels like it's a bit of secrecy behind it, although I know it isn't, because it's just blanketed by what just went on. But this is so crucial. This is phase 1 or phase 1A of a 7-phase process. What we allow or give up with this phase is going to become the standard. It's going to be the baseline for all the following components to this. I think it's disgusting that we're allowing a development, a site that is now auto-oriented, or the mall with a big parking lot around it, to get upzoned in such a way that it's going to cater to the investment condos. It's not going to provide the housing for the people who are going to live and work here. We've been told time and time again, and many around the table say the same things, that we need more. Well, this item right here is where you have to put your vote to match what you've been saying. We've already lost the opportunity on Richmond Center and Polygon. We got some stuff out of that, and Duck Island's coming next. This is the one that's most crucial, and we've had the opportunity to get market rental, and we get these rates, and then we just get a Premier EB announcement today that they're going to help to get even more purpose-built rentals for communities. It should all go here. And once we allow this development in, that northeast corner is going to create the standard process. We're going to get very little of a greenway along the north edge, along Alderbridge Way. We're going to allow the existing trees to be removed. And yes, they're going to throw more at us, but they're going to be planted in this little pocket in the sand. And so we're really losing I think, one of those crucial opportunities for the future, providing housing for the city and the future residents, not us, not those at the table, but the others who are going to be wanting to stay here or wanting to move here or wanting to work here and not have to commute for an hour plus in the morning and evening just because they can't find housing. We are so short on rental housing. This is the opportunity to do it. I'm going to vote this down, and hopefully with the OCP process coming and all this promises from the provincial government in an election year, we actually might right the ship, because this is wrong.
All right, Councillor Galanders.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm amazed everybody has such energy to keep talking so much. I hope I can even get my thoughts straight. I didn't have dinner. So anyway, so we did the city center area plan. I don't know when, I wasn't on council, a decade ago or more. We decided that everything in the city center, all the commercial buildings, were going to be able to have residential. We didn't specify what type of residential. We had no idea that the housing market was going to go as crazy as it was. We thought, this is great, we're going to put people here, people are going to live here, let's do density. And all of the people that owned single-story commercial property there got a massive land lift and a huge potential to build residential. People who own commercial property nowhere near the city center don't get the same land lift because they're not near the city center. Life's not fair. That's the way it goes. And in 2016, when we realized that condos are becoming incredibly unaffordable, the provincial government came out with tools that the cities could use to help keep the land values down so that we can build other types of housing, like large-scale rental housing, rental tenure zoning over existing downzoned properties, so single-family residential neighborhoods or commercial neighborhoods could get a layer of rental protection over them so that they can still build large density but not have as big of a land left, and it would keep it financially viable in order to do those projects. And we haven't applied that type of tool in the city center area. I was participating as a member of the public when we were looking at the OCP to Lansdowne. I said back in 2021, and I said it's not too late. It was too late for Polygon because they had already purchased the land at the rate that is required to be profitable to build condos. It wasn't possible to ask them to go back and do market rental at this point. It wasn't going to be too late for Lansdowne. There was the referrals that Councillor Day talked about in February that said, how can we do more rental? And that was voted down. So we are now it's 3 years later. And so, yeah, this project has been 10 years in the making. And we haven't shifted it or adjusted anything to current conditions. So it takes, market rental condos are selling for, what, $850,000 for maybe a studio. It'll take our kids, anybody, entering the workforce to about 44 years to save for a down payment, which means people are going to need to rent from the age of 18 to, okay, I'm not great at fast math, 54, whatever that was, 52? I don't know, 62? I'm an accountant. Okay. So we need thousands of rental units. I'll wrap it up. So Vancouver, for example, they're required to build about 2,500 target. They're doing 3,207 starts in last year or the year before. We are doing 188, which is below our target of what we would need of 800 a year in order to be in the same, due to our population. So we're not quite getting there. And what's going to happen is, we keep doing these little, and our inclusionary zoning policies are great. I'm glad that we have them. But we are, this project's going to be built in a few years and we're going to have, well, actually they said the rental part was going to go first. So I think that the developer has done the best they can with the policies that we have. So I'm not hammering on them at all. I wish we were more bold in our policies a few years ago so that we could have got something different, because in a few years we're going to have 10 3-bedroom rental units. So we're going to have thousands of housing, 1,000 units of housing, and we're going to have 10 units that families could possibly rent, and the rest are going to be held for speculators. It says in our housing report that 80% of Richmond residents cannot purchase a 1-bedroom condo. So that means that 80% of them will be held for speculation or vacant. So it's not, we're not quite hitting it. So I'm looking forward to discussions if we do a referral on opening up the OCP to future phases. And I'm going to feel justified in not supporting this tonight because I wasn't on council when we made the policies for the OCP for this, and I was on the other side of it begging us to do more. So I appreciate that the developer's done whatever they can within our policies, but it wasn't good enough. Our policies weren't good enough. So that's it for me. Thanks.
Councillor Allen.
Yeah, Your Worship, I just want to make a few points. First of all, I think it's very unfortunate that we have this item being squeezed into tonight's agenda. I think this deserves a more thorough discussion. But unfortunately, we have only a very short time to talk about this tonight. Secondly, I have to say that this is not a perfect project, not a perfect plan. I've been critical of it, especially the so-called linear park. I said this is not really a park, it's only extended greenway. However, I understand the concept of the plan from the park staff, saying that this is actually a link between Garden City site and also extending to the river. So I can accept that design, but I'm also critical of it. But this is not a perfect project, and I don't think we can ever having to achieve 100% perfection. I'm quite concerned about the dancing back and forth in the process. The master plan was only being adopted a few months ago, and now we're telling people that we are changing our mind. We want to open the whole discussion, and I don't know how much delay it will be. And we always talk about the housing crisis, but when we come to actual plan or development, we put every hurdle in every step. And sometimes the back and forth is contradictory itself. You know, we may want one this time, and then next time we say, oh, no, we want another thing. I think if we want to set obstacles, we can always find something to object. I also attend the UBCM this morning, and the message I got from the panel discussion was not that we have to squeeze every bit out of the developer in any project. The message I got was, we cannot rely on the market to adjust to such a way that the affordability issue will be addressed. The government, the federal government, the provincial government has to take up the responsibility. So we cannot squeeze the developer to death in order to make the supply or the affordability issue addressed. The other message I got from today's UBCM conference was that we have to measure our supply or our number of units by the number of permits that we approve, not by the actual number of buildings being built. For the reason that we have no control how and when the developers are really building. They have to rely on the market situation. We can always say that we can ask them to build what we want, but they also can have the choice not to build it, depending on the market situation. So we can only measure our success or our moving forward by the number of permits that we issue, but we cannot say that we have the right or the authority to make the developers to build them. So this is not a perfect plan. I'm critical on some parts of it, but I'm also convinced that this is a big project, there are different phases, and we can also adjust according to the situations in the next 10 years. So I will support this moving forward. It's not perfect, but we have to move forward.
Okay, with that, I'm going to call the question on the motion. All those in favor? Any opposed? That is carried with Councillors Wolf, Day, and Galanders opposed. All right, Councillor McNulty.
Thank you. Thank you, Worship. Just quickly, the time is on. I do have a resolution that I hope all of Council will support regarding the master plan at Lansdowne. And it's a wide open one. I move referral to staff, and the resolution is that staff bring forward the Lansdowne master plan for discussion whether further revisions are required.
Okay, that's moved and seconded.
And it's wide open.
Okay.
Anything is on the table on this one. So the comments.
I think we know what it's about.
Okay.
All those in favor? Any opposed? That's carried. That brings us to public announcements. I've got a few. I'll just summarize quick. This coming weekend, we've got Children's Art Festival on Monday, so we'll see you all there in the morning. We've got Family Day the same day on Monday. So go to the childrensartfestival.ca for more information or to our website. There's going to be for the Richmond Library is going to have an engagement on what future library services should look like. So go to Let's Talk Richmond. And finally, the spring program registration begins on Tuesday, February 20th. So go to the website, our city website /register for that. Madam Clerk, bylaws for adoption. I'll move the bylaw for adoption. Any discussion? All those in favor? Any opposed? It's carried with Councillors Galander and Wolf opposed. Development Permit Panel, may I have a motion? Moved and seconded. All those in favor? Any opposed? That is carried. We are now adjourned. Thank you.